Hope everybody's doing well. Hey Ash, how are you doing today? Hope you're doing all right. Normally I've been doing this on Saturday. We had some errands to run yesterday, and so we were unable to do it yesterday, so we did it. We're streaming today. Did some good stuff though, some fun stuff, and we happened by pawn shops during the course of what we were trying to get accomplished. And hold on here. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, we ran in the course of our just doing random odds and ends. We ran across a couple of pawn shops, took a look at some stuff. The things you can find in a pawn shop, I am not kidding. Go pawn shopping sometime. At some point in time. Now, I can't speak to pawn shops everywhere. I can't say every pawn shop's going to be this way. I can't say every place is going to have it. But 9 times out of 10 in my experience, you have one of two things, right? You either have pawn shops who have no idea what they have, or you have pawn shops who know what they have and they don't care. They're just willing to sell it to turn a quick profit. You know, oh, I only need to make 13% on this or whatever. There are very, very few occasions where you'll have somebody that knows what they have and they're just like, nope, I'm going to get full price out of this, whatever. We went and saw one of those yesterday, and they had a Shining Force 2 cartridge, and they were like, oh, it's $130 for this. I was like, okay. So these guys, that's a little expensive, but at the same time, these guys are kind of more in line with what's going on, and they're going to take full advantage. We went to a pawn shop, though. We found a Kindle Paperwhite. The 16 gigabyte, by the way, which is one of the larger sizes. Kindle Paperwhite, $5. Perfect condition. Or I say perfect condition. I mean, definitely lightly loved, but great condition. Let's put it that way. Charger and everything works famously. Took a look at it. Backlit, the whole 9 yards. Full touch screen. New processor, 300 PPI, and $5. I was like, man. And it's just, they didn't know what they had, and people also don't buy books or don't read a lot these days, and so it's like, and I said that much, I was like, okay, is it just cheap because people don't read? She's like, well, that, and I kind of did some stuff and looked like this. I was like, oh, it looks like this 10th, I said 10th generation, whatever it was 11th, I was wrong by a generation. She was like, yeah, that's good stuff. I was like, man. So I now have a Kindle, which I had a Kindle before that I bought and I loved, but I spent, $200 and something, $260 on it. And I have another one, a travel one that I spent $5 on. I'm like, my gosh. I'll give you £2.40 for it. If you need one, I'll send it to you. I mean, if you do a lot of reading and you want one, I'll send it. I have one. I'll send it to you if you want it. I read a lot. I like to read a lot. I go through between audiobooks, short form books, digital books. I probably go through about a book a week, 1 to 2 books a week, maybe. Sometimes if they're little tiny books, which I have several of those that I like Notes from Underground by Dostoevsky and Metamorphosis by Franz Kafka. Those are books you can get through in a day. And I have a lot of those that I really like. So, I'm like 120 or 130 something books up. Might even be more than that. I'm at the 100 and something. But anyway, for the year. Anyway, point being is it's not a competition. It's just I like to read a lot. I do a lot of audiobooks, and because I do a lot of driving, I get through audiobooks I'll get through a whole audiobook, even a decent sized one. I'll get through a whole audiobook in 2 trips. It's like, okay, I'm going to this place today. It's 5-hour round trip. So, 2 trips out there, and I've gotten through a really good audiobook. I'm like, man, I love it. I'd like to read more. I just always find myself wanting to do something. I know that that's a genuine comment, but it's yeah. I mean, I get it. That's kind of the sentiment for. I think that, and I'm not saying this is the case for you, but I think a lot of people look at it and they're like, you know what? I could be watching television or playing video games or creating, this art or whatever. I'm not entirely sure what everybody likes to do these days. And reading just seems so mundane compared to a lot of the things that we can do electronically now. But it's really nice. It's really nice to be able to go into a world that everything isn't kind of defined for. Even in video games, even in RPG video games with high levels of customization, there's still a very finite amount of ways that things can end and things look the way that they look. In my mind, in books, even if a book is read to me in an audiobook format, the way that whole world looks is still a product of my mind. Right, because there's no level of the books don't often get so granular in how everything looks, with the exception of maybe Lord of the Rings, that you don't really have an option to see it any other way. And so, like, even reading again, The Witcher has a new novel coming. I'm super excited about. Not this next month, not August, but September. New one's coming out. I'm like, man, this is going to be so good. I'm gonna, the world, the way the world looks at this time, which is, basically 100 years, maybe 60 to 80 years prior to the first book, and somewhere around there, or 60 to 80 years prior to the games, I guess. It's going to be up to my mind to paint that picture, and it's like, man, I like that. I'm super excited about it. Crossroad of Ravens. I already have the audiobook because I'm on Audible, so I get a free credit every month. That's not free, I pay for it. I get a paid credit every month. I've already got Crossroad of Ravens. I spent my credit this month when I found out that Crossroad of Ravens finally had come available to Audible for pre-order. I put Crossroad of Ravens on my give it to me the minute it comes out. So when it comes out in September, I automatically have the audiobook, and obviously in September I'm also going to pick up a physical book because I have all the physical ones, so why not? I feel like I'll get into reading more in a few years. Maybe so. Maybe you will, maybe you won't. I mean, there's no shame. Here's the thing. I don't think people should feel ashamed of not reading a ton, but I do feel that people should feel, how do I want to say? I think there should be disappointment surrounded around reading comprehension. Let me put this let me contextualize this for you. Recreational reading is very low stake. You may not enjoy a book and you lose a little bit of time, sure, but there's no pressure otherwise. Technically speaking, in terms of reading is simultaneously at an all-time high and all-time low. Simultaneously. I said it that way because it was easier, but I don't like the way it sounds. Simultaneously. At an all-time high and an all-time low. And arguably, reading comprehension, is at an all-time low. Because when you go on the internet and you read these articles before going into the videos and having them basically read again for you, which is, again, fine. I have no problem with that. There still are context clues and other types of reading comprehension that are necessary. That part of your brain still needs to be flexed to engage in critical thinking. And a lot of times these are topics that are actually affecting us. So it can be a political topic, it can be a religious topic, it can be a topic on gaming, which has become somewhat political of late. It can become a topic of industry, effectively, which is a business topic. There are a ton of things that you kind of have to know in order to appropriately comprehend, deconstruct, etc., all of the different odds and ends that go into developing an opinion on this. That's where things become a little higher stake, because most people, when it's involving one of the topics that I've mentioned, as well as a plethora of topics I've not mentioned, but are likely a part of that also, religious and otherwise, the level that they've read on it goes up in terms of that they have access to the web pages that give them this viewpoint, but the level of comprehension and criticism that they afford that particular writing have gone way down. And so I think I don't necessarily think we should be disappointed that we don't read more. I think we should definitely be disappointed that we don't read better. That's what I believe. I'm never going to look down on you for not reading as much as I do, because there's someone out there, firstly, that reads way more than I do, and I wouldn't want them to look down on me. Secondly, it's not really that big of a topic, right? It's kind of like playing games. If you finish a game a day, wonderful, but I'm not going to look down on you if you finish a game a week or a game a month or even just a couple of good games a year. But the comprehension when it comes to literacy specifically, not in gaming, but when it comes to literacy, the comprehension, the ability to take a look at what you've just read, comprehend not just what you've read, but also from whom it was posted and the leanings and biases that might exist there. And then how that does compare and contrast to your own opinions, which should also be well-read and well-informed, and you should be able to articulate them both by word and on pen and paper, because that's what a firmly held belief is something that can be articulated well and can be delved into infinitely, and that can be changed when better evidence is provided. And people don't go through that process anymore. It's very easy to read. It's very easy to regurgitate what's read. It's very difficult, or slightly more. I'm not going to say it's very difficult. It's not. It's slightly more difficult to develop an opinion based upon what you've read, considering all factors, and then, not say anything about it, or wait until you have more data, or put a preliminary feeler out there and then let people come back with their oppositions, etc. So that's my opinion on this. I just really don't think I'm in the right headspace to read at the moment. I just can't imagine me staying focused. That's fine. I mean, again, there's no judgment here for that. I'm opining on reading, but I'm opining on the fact that I think we're losing skill sets that are less explicit. So reading, obviously, literacy isn't at a low. And that's why I would taper that with recreational or comprehension, recreational literacy or reading comprehension. It's something that I will argue that literacy is at its poorest in terms of scholastically, at least here in America. It's very, very, very disappointing. I worked in a school system for a time, and I talked with the teacher, the English and reading and writing teacher, basically, for this middle school. She's very sweet. We had a conversation, and I'm not going to divulge all of the specific. I'll divulge the conversation because it was indicative of the times. I'm not going to specifically state names or institutions, but point being is she used a word, and of course I'm an adult, have been an adult for a while, was an adult then, no problem. She used the word voracious, which is a very common word for me. Voracious. She says, I'm a voracious reader. I said, as am I. And she takes a moment, and again, she's a very sweet woman. She was not doing this to be condescending. She was legitimately shocked. I've talked with her in depth. She didn't know that I understood, as a fully grown man, the word voracious. It was an uncommon occurrence that voracious, or other words, spin-offs of the same core, like veracity, were in my lexicon, because she was so used to having other adults and other kids not know what those words meant. In this particular area where I am, or was at that time, the average middle schooler, somebody in year 8, for example, of schooling, 8th grade, was on average, with exception in this particular instance, I'm going to give you the exact, only 2 of all of the remaining students in that particular grade were reading at or above the 8th grade level, the year 8 level. Everyone else read, and the average was about a 2nd grade level, which I find remarkably disappointing. That we don't at least, or haven't at least been able to instill appropriate skill sets where people then can discard them at their leisure later. The way people speak nowadays is insane to me. Their way of spelling words specifically is crazy. Spelling words? I'm not sure how you mean. I've seen sentences that I do not understand, that I genuinely do not understand, yet they're speaking English. Oh, the slang, right? And this is the thing. A lot of people say language changes, which is true. But we have the opportunity, we have a language that's so well developed that we can actually get into the weeds with a couple of words. And now it's again, and I've used this before, cap, which means 5 or 6 different things. And it's completely context clues, but the problem is that most of the sentence becomes context clues, and those contexts, the context of that is God's nowhere, you know? Well, one of the things that I was going to say when it comes to talking about that, again, is we're so willing, and this is humanity, this isn't just America or, you know, this is humanity in general as far as I can tell, is we're so eager and willing to have, again, all of these just opinions, and yet the average person has a reading comprehension that is, you know, educationally speaking, you know, maybe 6 years behind what it ought to be. And by the way, there's no shame in having, you know, there's no shame in and I'm not specifying this for you, I'm saying this in general. There's no shame in not understanding a word. Like I use words that because here's my logic is I like using words. Firstly, I like words. I just like the English language. I like a lot of languages. But I like the English language, and I like the way some of the words sound, and I like the fact German does a little bit better than, and French in some cases. German and French both do a little bit better in their respective areas of having a single word that encapsulates an entire theme, which I think is great. And we've talked about this before too, Schadenfreude, right? Really great word. But we also have those words, and I've used this before too. Anhedonic or anhedonia is another great word, and it encapsulates an entire. And again, it's a word that we use in English that originates from Greek, Proto-Greek, I think. But we use it in English, and we know what it means, and we kind of understand the structure of the word, right? And again, I've used it again. This is a big word, not absolutely necessary to be able to know or use this, but Flotsanasanihilpilification. Flotsanasanihilpilification, the proclivity to find a thing as useless. And it's deeper. It's kind of like Schadenfreude, where there's a deeper meaning and purpose and intent and understanding behind that long multisyllabic piece. And it's like, that's okay, I get that. Now, are you going to use that word commonly? No, probably not. It's a very unwieldy word. For even a gifted tongue, that words can be very uncomfortable to say. I get it. But it's really cool to have a good lexicon at your disposal for at least purposes of comprehension. And that's where I am with a lot of it. I want to speak and know. Don't speak French. I didn't even speak French to you. I spoke German. I said I said Schadenfreude, which is German, and all the rest of the words I used were English. I spoke French a little bit in the last stream, just a little bit. I'm not tolerating the French. Fair play. I mean, no, you don't have to. French is a pretty language. It's definitely, easily the most esoteric Latin language in my opinion. But it is a pretty language. As a matter of fact, I think I've said this story too, but I'll give it again. My understanding, so French is spoken around here too, but a different type of French. And again, in the French that you speak in this area, you get you roll the R's, which would make sense because, again, French is a Latin-based language, if you can believe it. But a lot of times when you hear French, it's nasally. It's in the back. And my understanding, now this may be incorrect, but my understanding is that the reason that is because there were a group of people. Obviously, we know that there were several people that were exiled from France that were part of different, cultures and pieces that predominantly spoke French, and that's where we get a lot of the Cajun and the Creole people who were, you have Normans and different, they spoke French, but there were people that kind of moved, and anyway, they moved over Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, that kind of area. They moved down into Louisiana. They're in Texas, in Mississippi. Louisiana obviously is the heart of them, and then probably Texas next, and then probably after that would be the surrounding, like Mississippi and such. And but anyway, when you hear French spoken, Cajun French spoken, it's got that rolling R sound. And apparently, after the exile of several of these people who took Old French forward, the king of the time had a speech impediment and couldn't roll his R's, and so it was a nasally replacement. And so International French which is the French that is spoken in France, apparently is spoken in that nasally way, or the letters are making some of those nasally sounds because of the speech impediment that the king had, and everyone had to assimilate, basically. Whereas the version that's spoken over here is Old French and doesn't contain that speech impediment, the sound of the speech impediment, which I think is really interesting. And the same thing with Spain. If you listen to Spanish spoken in Spain, in people that are there, in a lot of cases, you'll actually hear kind of a lisp because of the king having a lisp. And Spanish spoken here that was influenced and greatly influenced by Spain, it does not have that. Anybody who moved over kind of before that was the case and came over, and because United States of America is only 249 years old, right? But North America has had people from the Dutch and Spaniards and French and of course indigenous people. It's for years prior. As a matter of fact, most of the Dutch stuff that we hear about, like the Massachusetts and obviously England too, a lot of the stuff we hear about, like the Dutch and such, specifically in the New England colonies of New England, the original colonies, would come to be known as the original 13 colonies, which we now call New England. Or which they were then called New England. We continue to call them New England, which is ironic. A lot of that stuff happened in the 1600s, so 100 years even prior, 100 or greater years or more years prior, even prior to the Declaration of Independence. Anyway, neat little history piece. But anyway, point being, I say all of that to say that reading and reading comprehension has drastically taken a downturn, and it's weird. Again, a lot of what we do a lot of reading. If you think about it, like people's ability to read hasn't disappeared. Not really. Right now, I'm looking. You can't see it, but I'm looking at the pause menu for my video game, and obviously everybody plays video games. Not everybody. I'm obviously being hyperbolic there, but there's a lot of people play video games or games of some sort, and obviously they're reading news articles on their phone, and they're this, that, and the other. But let's be honest, recreational reading for the fun of it, is very much a skill that's on the downturn. And in addition to that, the comprehension, the ability to take it into context, the ability to understand and to place it against what you know to be true, be it from other sources or cross-reference, the desire to cross-reference, the desire to fact-check, the desire to read recreationally and to paint these pictures in your head when reading words off of the page. To me, it's disappearing. So again, the ability to read is up, the ability to comprehend is down, and advanced reading and advanced lexicons are also down. So we're in many ways, I believe we're becoming less literate than we were 50 years ago, but we're obviously more literate than we were 150 years ago. And the example I like to give on this too is take a look at the writings of like soldiers of World War I, Civil War soldiers especially, those who were literate, right, and could write. Oh my goodness! If you ever see the soldiers, and again, this is not something outside of America probably that's super common knowledge, but if you ever take a look at American soldiers who were literate, who wrote back to their wives during the Civil War, so obviously we're taking place in this mid-late 1800s here. Or I guess more mid-1800s, well, mid-1800s, right? The composition, the way it's written, I mean, it's beautiful. The words used, the way the words are used. Nowadays, people don't even know what half of the words they say mean. You can't go up and say, you can't use words like anhedonic, anhedonia, flotsam, nihilpification, or even voracious, without somebody raising an eyebrow going, I don't know. Or more condescendingly, raising an eyebrow and nodding their head and going, and they have no idea. And I find that even more frustrating. I'm not going to think you're stupid if you don't understand. Just ask me. Hey, what was that word mean? And I'll tell you, and then it'll be good, and you'll know a new word. Fine. And I'll do the same thing to you. If you use a word that I don't know that is actually a word, then I'll look at that and go, I'm not sure if I know what that means. I got my green tea here today again. Beautiful. But I have a gallon of it this time. I really like green tea. Unsweet, nothing else in it, just green tea, but my goodness, it's good. Hydrating, a little bit of caffeine. Really, really nice. Okay, so that's my little pedestal for today. I want to go ahead and say, again, as I usually start these things out, if you are somebody who is not interested in the games that I'm playing at present, but you might have a general interest in video games, perhaps you're more retro-orientated, and of course, I'm very retro, but I do have games that are modern or more modern that I very much enjoy and obviously would like to share with people. I highly recommend taking a look at the channels that I have down in my description, where you can find other people who are playing games between modern and retro, commentating on them, etc., etc. Everybody kind of covers and brings a little something special to the table. We do have Viddy Plays and Viddy's gaming videos, and he has posted his quote-unquote final video there. And I'm putting this in quotes because there may be other content that comes out, but his final edited video, as far as I understand, on that channel is this video. It's over an hour long. It's really nice, and honestly, the way that he did the editing and stuff, I gotta say, it's very well done. It's a little sad if you've been in Viddy's community for a while, to watch his little character fade away and just leave the background there. But he says he's still going to be around, which I'm happy about, and I still highly recommend the backlog of content that he has. With reaction videos and with genuine gameplay on Viddy Plays. Very much recommend that. We also have Thumb Bros, who's, again, speedrunner, retro games, let's learn, let's play kind of stuff. Great stuff there. We have Omega Ace Gaming, who goes live usually on the weekends, as far as I can tell. He's been playing Chronicles of the Wolf. I wasn't able to speak. I was able to lurk a little bit, but hopped in to see him play that, which was great. And then, of course, we have Ash and Ash Talks with some forthcoming stuff on commentary generally, as far as I understand, just kind of giving honest opinions on video games that he's passionate about. So I'd recommend taking a look at that, and whenever things come out, you'll get a notification for that. And then, of course, we have Fighting Max, actually, who's been playing who plays a lot of like Steam and those types of games. Although I haven't seen him go live in some time because he's in Japan. I was expecting that he would do some like videos from Japan, but I don't know if he was able to bring all of that with him. So either which way, really, really cool. He's, on vacation, so hopefully has a great vacation. Viddy flew into the air at the end of the video. He hasn't been seen since. He does a little. It's at the end of the video, and he does the thing, and it's really good. I like it. It's kind of a little sad, but it's really nice. But watching the video and if you get a chance to watch the video, it's a well done video. He's put a lot of effort into it. He's really good at his craft in terms of the editing and all of that. And then again, of course, last but certainly not least, my wife, the Siren Ivy, who has just taken recently to simul streaming, which is to say streaming two places at the same time. And she is now streaming on both YouTube and on, let me see here. Boop. She streams now on YouTube and on Twitch. So if you are somebody who enjoys random game streams and things of that nature, she does a lot of kind of upcoming random, just quirky things here and there, but a lot of cool stuff, really. So all right, I will go ahead and hop over. Like that. There we go. Turn that down a little bit so that I can hopefully I don't end up it doesn't end up too loud for me. Okay, so let's see here. Turn this microphone a little bit. When we last left off, we left off here. We had just gotten back from the harsh desert with Marin riding on a little animal, and basically we ran into the archive here. We have a couple of different people. We've got Seer Junda, our teacher. Marin has taken her place for research, and then of course we have Eno Cordova and our buddy from the very beginning, Bode Akuna. Let's see what Bode has to say. Okay, no worries. What does Eno have to say?
Cal, my friend, have you made the acquaintance of Sister Task?
Don't think I have.
You ought to introduce yourself. She's our chief archivist, and though I doubt she'd admit it, she seems eager to meet you.
I'll stop by.
Very good. Just remember to mind your manners. She's Narcus through and through.
All right, so at some point in time, we'll need to meet her. We've got Marin.
I can't believe Master Cordova is really here. All that time following.
Probably rude to just talk to her behind her.
I've enjoyed getting to know him. I've never met a Jedi with a better sense of humor.
You've only met me and Seer.
That's right.
I like Marin. She's pretty straightforward, just kind of... I like her character. And then we have Seer. And we need to... is it not gonna... I gotta do it across the counter, don't I? Right? Why is it not gonna let me... Here we go.
Seer. Couldn't save Armias. He gave his life for this. I'm sorry.
I know you did your best, Cal. And the Empire?
They did not track us.
Hey, Scrapper. Glad you made it back in one piece.
Master Cordova. Did you find a way across the abyss?
No, but you may have, Cal. Bode and I were able to find some interesting data in the archives.
Let's show them what we dug up.
Centuries ago, the Republic established a colony on Koval to study us.
Marin has 28 different accents in one. I think you kind of have to do that a little bit because you're still speaking... In this world, it's called basic. English is what it is. But she has to sound like she's from nowhere and somewhere at the same time. Because they've kind of done that where... Like Twi'leks that are from...
Using the data from his voyage,
I'm trying to think of the planet.
The Republic established a settlement?
I can't think of it right now, but anyway, Twi'leks that are from that particular place are, like, they have a French accent.
It was disrupted when Outer Rim marauders invaded.
I saw them too, but how'd they get...
They need to let the woman who voices Seer just offer her voice every now and then. They always mocap the actress. It's fine, I'm just tired of seeing her and everything. Yeah, that's fair.
And the Jedi Council ordered Creed to destroy the compasses.
I think the ones that she does...
Refused and rebelled against
I think the ones she does the best in is this and Amanda Waller in Suicide Squad. But beyond that, yeah, I agree.
Ravis has been working with Dagon for a lot longer than we thought.
So the Order sent Jedi to secure the compasses. Dagon murders them over it.
Jedi. Killing other Jedi.
But Centauri said that Dagon was the key to Tantalar.
Maybe he is, young Jedi. Despite my efforts, those compasses you brought me were beyond repair. However, records indicate that 3 were unaccounted for.
So you're saying one might still be out there?
Yes.
And Dagon sent his army to look for it.
I'd ask you to stay and help us, but I recognize that look.
What look?
Hope. That planet could be...
I have no problem with her performance. It's just always the same face whenever she plays. Yeah, well, and it has to be to some extent. I get that.
I mean, Breeze can make room on the Mantis. For all of you.
No. This place needs me. The hidden path.
I think she does a good job. But I understand your meaning.
I'm sorry, my friend. But for now, my place is on Jeddah with Seer. Let me prepare a data stick so you'll have access to our research wherever your journey takes you.
Let me guess. You're staying too.
When we first met, I thought that what we shared was unique.
I like that she kind of sounds bored about everything also.
Against the Empire who took our families.
Like, you can tell she's very, like, there's kind of more to the performance than that. Because, like, Dathomirian, you're kind of trained to not feel and emote and...
But there is a galaxy full of people who have suffered as we have. It's as Seer said. Perhaps you have found a sanctuary for them.
Perhaps.
Yeah, what is her name? Deborah Wilson or something like that? Deborah something. I can't think of her name. But anyway, she's a good actor. But I agree with you. It can be a lot to see the same character, everything that's in everything, doing everything. All right. Okay, we're gonna look for a compass on Kobo. All right, what do you think, Bode?
For us to make our move.
All right, I understand. I gotcha. Cool. Yeah, I agree. All right, we'll go ahead and rest. That just saves it after this, and then we're gonna go ahead and go to the mantis. I have to remember which way the mantis is. I think the mantis is back this way, right? Hold on. Yeah. It's not even just her. I would just prefer original faces for characters instead of obvious mocap scanning of a famous person. Well, I think a good example of how that's done well is Kratos, right? Kratos does not at all look like Christopher Judge, but or T.C. Carson for that matter. But at the same time, the voice seems to fit the way that Kratos looks, and Kratos doesn't look the same in God of War 2018 or Ragnarok, but the voice fits him very, very well. So, I mean, I agree with that. Here's the thing, I don't disagree. I like the fact that they got Cameron Monaghan, I think is how you say his name. I think that him as Cal Kestis looks right.
Aaron's with us. Go back to Coruscant.
And I can also understand, I can go back to Coruscant. I don't want to go to Coruscant. I want to go to Kobo. Shattered Moon. Coruscant. I explored most of Coruscant, but we'll go to Kobo.
Headed to Kobo's finest watering hole.
Joel 2 from The Last of Us. He looks nothing like Troy Baker. Yeah, that's true. That's very true. But then you run into the other issue where you end up with
That's on me.
Merritt, I didn't know
Hold on
you
one
were
second.
coming. Hey, maybe I'll pick up some scar steaks. Why'd you join back up anyways?
Seer and I believe Tanalor could be a refuge for those persecuted by the Empire.
Persecuted by the Empire, huh? Gonna get crowded.
all right. Because I've only seen him in this, so he doesn't seem overused. Yeah, well, and that's the cool thing is now if they want to go live action with like in Ahsoka, where this kind of stuff is about the. Well, I guess this particular one is kind of around 4. But if they wanted to use him in Ahsoka or Andor or whatever, they could actually use the actor, and it would make sense.
Cal, so glad you're back. You missed all the action. It was horrible.
Did something happen?
The Raiders paid us another visit. Took a shine to that droid you found.
See?
They took her, Cal. Carried her right out. She's been droid napped.
My saloon better be okay, Turgle. I think you brought this down on us.
Innocent, Mr. Green.
Nobody gives Turgle a break.
He's after Tanalor.
There must be something more to Z than we realize. Something's
Richard Horowitz,
Got to rescue her.
the voice of
What he wants.
a great many characters over the course of the early 2000s, late 90s, early 2000s.
They gutted an old Lucre Hulk battleship from the Clone Wars.
We've seen it. Means they got a lot of firepower.
As do we.
She's right. Now's our time to move.
I like where this is going.
I hope Turgle dies. I like Turgle. I don't mind him. Richard Horowitz characters
Maybe not.
always have the most
You're wrong.
innocent. They're always the most innocent characters that have the most horrific things happen to them. That's kind of the stereotype.
Manage. Just don't let him swim without supervision.
Let me know if you need help.
Nice sex.
Name's Mosey.
Marin.
All right. I'll scout ahead. Meet you there.
It's I was gonna say, he plays Billy from The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy. He plays Zim from Invader Zim. He plays multiple characters in Invader Zim. He plays multiple characters in all of those. He plays there's a show that came out recently called Hell of a Boss, I think. He plays a character in that. Plays a lot of characters. But usually there we go. It wouldn't let me double jump. Usually the underlying theme is it's a kind of an innocent character that has like the most unfortunate, the worst luck, the most unfortunate stuff happens to him. So I will be honest with you, I have played this game before. I don't remember what happens to Turkle. I think there is an ending or story thing specific for him, but I don't remember. But no, I was going to say, as far as the Troy Baker thing, I think you kind of run into the other problem then, don't you? Because if you end up with Pedro Pascal as everything, which of course I think is great. I think he's a really good actor. What is this? Is this a rumor? I don't want that. You end up with Pedro Pascal. Ends up, Pedro Pascal's Mr. Fantastical. Pedro Pascal's in The Last of Us. He's Joel in The Last of Us. Oh, Pedro Pascal is The Mandalorian. Oh, Pedro Pascal is this guy in Wonder Woman 1984. And it's just, because you're still ending up with somebody that's didn't know that was a hole, couldn't see. Okay. They don't know what it's supposed to look like, so it's like, all right, you're still going to kind of run into that issue one way or the other, it seems, these days. I'm not saying that that's as a consequence of what you said, but it's like, yeah. You end up with Carl Urban as Johnny. Yeah, I agree with you. So we talked about this briefly for anybody. I don't think it's inappropriate because it's public. We talked about this, and I think I 100% agree with you. Carl Urban as Johnny Cage is again, I would, if I were going to put cast Johnny Cage, Troy Baker wouldn't be a bad Johnny Cage himself, like live action, but Nolan North to me, not Nolan North, I'm sorry, freaking, Nathan Fillion. Nathan Fillion to me would be, I think, a decent Johnny Cage, whereas Carl Urban, you said Kano, and I think that is perfect. I mean, I think the accent's a little different because I believe he's from New Zealand, and obviously Kano is, I believe, Australian, but
I am ready for combat and for Jedi.
we'll just go this way, I guess.
I see something.
I didn't mean to do that.
Got you.
There we go. I know I'm picky and annoying with Mortal Kombat. There's no problem with being... You're not annoying. I mean, you're a fan. It would be... Blocked. Wonderful. You're not annoying with it. I mean, you should be able to have a preference about something you enjoy. Again, I like The Witcher. You don't like The Witcher. I'm probably annoying about The Witcher, but I like it. I want the best for it. I'm going to talk about it. That's a courtesy that shouldn't be retracted from you with Mortal Kombat, especially since you're such a fan. I still stand by that Kano is English in the 1995. I feel like they retconned him to be Australian. I think so. He might have been English. It sounds like he could have been Cockney English because I remember, like,
Let's go.
I think they put a bunch of, how do I want to say it? Specifically in the 95 movie, when he's saying baby to Sonya Blade. Hello, baby. He could have been, it sounded like he could easily have been very Cockney in the accent because it's just this very you know, in the sound is really weird, and I think a lot of people's ear probably heard that as Australian. And so that may have been why they retconned him, but can I grab onto? No, I cannot. Yeah, I can. Go ahead and just take this guy out real quick. I was gonna push that back, I pushed too quickly. That's what I was looking for. I went too far. There we go. I'd love to write the MK TV show. I think that'd be good. Lyndon, who played Johnny Cage in the 95, was, and I agree with that, but I think he would be too old now. Because I think, so Carl Urban, I think, is in his early, mid-50s, maybe 50, maybe 50, 53, 54-ish. And that's why I say Fillion. Because I think Fillion's 54. Right, so they're 1 or 2 years difference. Whereas I think Lyndon is, wouldn't Lyndon be like 60s, maybe even close to maybe even close to 70s at this point, wouldn't he? Because I mean he was almost, was he almost 40 by the time, or maybe I'm wrong. But I think a lot of those, this is the other thing. I like the actor, I can't think of his name right now either, but I like the actor that played Raiden, even though Raiden is clearly intended to be Japanese or Asian, of some Asian descent. I say descent, you can't say that of a god, I guess, but you get my point. He's supposed to be of that persuasion. And for whatever the reason, Lambert, was Christopher Lambert, was it? Was like, I don't know, I liked his version a lot. Also, the guy that plays Raiden in the newer films is genuinely awful. He's not a bad actor and other things, it's just terrible directing. Yeah, sure. Yeah, Christopher Lambert. That's what I was going to say. I couldn't think of his name, but yeah. I liked him. I mean, I like the voice, the scratchy, like Steven Seagal voice, the slight sense of humor. He was this kind of god who wasn't, completely a stick in the mud. It was just really, he was a, ha ha ha. I don't know. I liked the 95. The second one, by the way, was just absolutely rubbish. But I like the. I guess I'm gonna have to go this way. I like the 95 one quite a lot. I watched that thing. Back when it came out, I watched it over and over and over and over. It was so much fun. Okay, let's do this. I know this is like almost like a Lothcat, but I keep thinking it's a Chirac. It's not a Chirac. Chiracs are generally hostile, so. I love everyone from the 90s. Yeah, I do too. With exception, again, to the second one. I'm not a big... The Annihilation, I think is what it was, or whatever. I did... That was hot garbage. I don't have any problem with people who like it, but it wasn't good. Okay, I don't know if did I cut the guy? What happened? Not quite. Okay, there we go. I got caught by that second one. Annihilation is awful, and I'd still rather watch it over the newer ones. Yeah, and I think that's fair. Like, I think, again, I didn't like the first one. We watched it. The first, not the very this first one of the new series. I was like, you know, there wasn't a lot of combat for Mortal Kombat. I didn't care for that. The best live action Shao Kahn is the actor who played him in Mortal Kombat Conquest, the 90s TV show. He was really good, so entertaining. Yeah, so we talked about this a little bit too. Is for anybody who's not seen the trailer, there are 2 trailers out for Mortal Kombat 2. Here you go. For anybody who hasn't seen it, there are 2 trailers. One of them is kind of a campy, action-y trailer. There's supposed to be... I just want to see if this works real quick. There's supposed to be a glitch here-ish that you can use to get infinite skill points. I'm not going to cheese it for good, but I do kind of want to see if it works. But at any rate, it was... We'll do that.
Would you adjust?
There's a perfect dodge.
Press him! I'm branding.
Okay. You're supposed to get a You're supposed to get a Neko. Here's one. And then we run back in. I just want to see if this works. And you're supposed to put it... I'm just going to try this. You're supposed to put it like right up against these spikes. You're supposed to jump off of it. Try not to let it get scared and run off. It'd be nice if it wasn't nighttime right now, so I could see where I had a brighter colored one. I just want to see, again, I just want to see if this is going to work. It may not. But you're supposed to be able to like jump up on, let's see if I can do this. You're supposed to be able to like jump up, double jump onto some spikes. I think it's not these spikes, I think it's those. Maybe it's these. But you're supposed to basically be able to jump up on like some spikes or whatever, and then there's supposed to be some guys that you can hit on the way down. But what do I know? Maybe it doesn't work. I'm just trying to see if I can do it. Let's see. Let's see. Supposed to be some like little spikes here that I'm not seeing.
Now.
Okay, those are the right spikes. The Neko doesn't want to stay. And you're supposed to jump up on the roof, and there's supposed to be 2 droids.
Yeah.
There it is. They're supposed to be the ones on that bridge there.
Pursuing.
Those 2. And it's supposed to fill up your bar super, super quick. I don't know if it does.
Target is airborne. Move up. That's a solid hit. Fire in the hole.
I don't know if I'm good enough to do this, this little
We gotta lay a
cheese bit, but here.
Caught you. Attacking the target. Same tactics. Victory is mandatory.
Okay, I don't know if I'm good enough for that. I see where it's supposed to work. I don't know how it would work. Anyway, I don't know if you've seen Mortal Kombat Conquest, but that's what was cool about it is they actually played both Shao Kahn and Raiden. He was just great in those roles. Love that show. I haven't seen it in forever. I can say that much. Again, one of the things we talked about with Shao Kahn, which I completely agree on, is so again, there are 2 trailers for anybody who hasn't already seen it. Two trailers. It's not a spoiler because it's a trailer. One is kind of a campy, like, oh, Johnny Cage is, and it's the whole trailer is basically done inside of this kind of spoof of a Johnny Cage movie coming. And then the second one is more just, oh, it's actually Mortal Kombat. This is what you're getting. And they kind of give it this, to me, it seems like they're trying to kind of make Johnny Cage this washed up actor who's got all these regrets. I wish I would have done this. You know, I
ain't gonna heal. Sorry, hun. Not your day. World, Leo. Rather in the ground peaceful than someone's dinner.
Okay. But he's kind of like going into the tournament a little bit with like regrets. He's kind of like, I don't have powers, and you know, he's very, I agree that he's just very much not the Johnny Cage that we know. I think Carl Urban can do it, and if that's just like the first 15 minutes and then he's all of a sudden he's, you know, back to being cocky and, oh right, yeah, I mean, what was I thinking? I'm Johnny Cage. Of course I am. Those are $500 sunglasses, you know. Then I'll be a little happier, but he kind of is very doubtful and timid and meek and very anti the Johnny, and it's, you know, I'm just a normal human. What can I do? Which is disappointing. And okay. This is that Lucre Hulk, by the way. Luckily, it's basically a clever way to put in an endurance, because it drops them. It drops them in sequence of difficulty.
Hit me.
But he was very timid. Dang it. He was very timid and very like, I'm not, you know, I can't be. I'm just Harry Potter or whatever kind of thing. And then it was like, yeah. Hold on 1 second. There's a lot of focus here.
No.
He's stuck behind something. I think it's just the Lucre Hulk gun. I backflipped out of that. That was luck, because that should have hurt me. Okay, there's that one. There we go. Sorry. But anyway, it was kind of that. It was just like, I can't be this. I'm just this, and very doubtful. And I feel like that what they're going to do is they're going to carry that on until he discovers his aura powers, the green aura, the green and red aura, probably just the green one in this one. And then they also show Shao Kahn, and it's like, I don't understand why they, like, to me, I feel like he should be done the way that I word it is, I think he should be done like Thanos, where it's like we see little glimpses and whispers of him, but okay, we might just need to go. Hold on, I don't. They put this. I didn't remember the endurance round behind the Lucre Hulk, but it's frustrating. Go ahead and kill that guy. Kill that guy. Get this. I need one last stem. Kill that. Get that guy. He can have that. Goodness, okay. But it was like, it very much seemed like there was, we're going to go ahead and show how big and bad he is. And I'm like, there are so many stories. And again, I don't know as much about it as you do, Ash, but it's like there's so many stories. Shao Kahn should just be teased. He's that big. He's that bad. Is he the biggest? Is he the baddest? No. Do we have other characters that are potentially bigger and better? Yeah, I mean, we've got Shinnok for one, if they really want to get into the weeds, right? So it's like, what are we doing with those characters? And I feels like they're gonna rush it. I don't know. Baraka looked terrible too when he started talking. I saw that. I didn't care as much about that because for me it was like I don't care about the effects as much as I care about the story. I don't know what they're gonna do. Like, how are they gonna bring them into it? Are they gonna try to go with what Mortal Kombat 1 did, and it's the disease that Tarkatan, I can't say the name of it, but that they're infected with? Is it gonna be that, or I mean, what is it? I don't know. To me, it just seemed like there was a lot, and I don't want that. I don't like the idea of that one. That was one of the things I really didn't like from one. Is just like, oh, Baraka is just infected with this plague instead of sloppy. Quan Chi's also in the new film. That's too many. And I have no hope. I'm sure everyone will like it because Gore liked the previous one, which is fine. I would just like a good adaptation for the franchise again. I agree. I never saw Shinnok as a more serious threat than Shao Kahn. I don't think he physically is. It's, to me, the way that I've always seen Shinnok and Shao Kahn is Darth Vader and Shinnok is Palpatine. Like, Shinnok isn't... He's not the big brute force, but when he's in the corner, then that's like Palpatine on his face, especially watching Episode 6, Palpatine does not ever seem like a bigger threat than Vader. In 3, you kind of get that, but let's go back to the original trilogy. He's never really more of a threat than Vader. He never seems more of a threat than Vader. It's not until the last minute when he pulls out the Force Lightning that you're like, oh shoot, this guy can do that. I didn't know that. But he's never ever seemingly more of a threat. He's just kind of teased as the name and the this and that and the other. And that's kind of how I see Shinnok versus Shao Kahn. I like Shinnok, always have. Some fans don't like him. Teach their own. There are characters there are Mortal Kombat characters I don't like. Kronika is one of the... I've said that multiple times. I don't like her. What?
My frazzled associate is trying to communicate is that we would prefer not to die out here.
Where are you even, though? I don't know where you are. Are you up here? Okay, I hear you, but I don't see you, so I can't help you. I'm sorry. Shang, Shao Kahn, Shinnok, Quan, and Onaga are the big bad villains in MK to me. Blaze and Kronika aren't even close. No, of course not. It kind of, you've kind of got them in order. It's kind of. For me, it's always been Quan Chi, Shang Tsung, Shao Kahn, Shinnok, and Onaga, in that order from least to greatest. And it's like that's how it goes. But Blaze is awful, even though he's from the games I love, and Kronika is just absolutely no. I don't like her. I mean, she's literally just an excuse to retcon everything. That's really it. That's all she really is she's just an excuse to be able to have an in-game... I forgot the button and pulled every button but it. I've been playing Split Fiction with Ivy, and it has been fun, but that's the button. Okay, so we are currently here. I was going in order of appearance, even though Quan and Shinnok showed up in the same game. Yeah. They showed up in 4, correct? That was the first one for them? Let's see. I can't do anything with that. I need to be able to... I know I can do the... Oh, I could do the little... Let's see. So I could actually shoot to burn away some stuff. It's nighttime, though. I can't see very well, so... There's stuff over here that I could try and burn away, but I don't know if that'll help me, but we'll try it. Why not? We'll just see. I don't know if that's what's meant to happen, but we'll see. No, it looks like it's something like that can be done, but it doesn't look like that was what it was supposed to do. I mean, that looks like the junk, though, doesn't it? Right? Let's try that again and see if maybe I just missed the... It feels like that's to burn something away, but I can't tell what. Alright, well. I guess we will come back to that in a bit. Oh, it's daytime on the... Oh, no, it isn't. Never mind. It's daytime on this side. It isn't. Okay, so we're back to where we were before. Okay, I see. So I have to remember... I need to go back to the... I don't know if I can make it with this bird. Let's try it. I don't think I can, actually. We're going to try. We're going to see if we can... Oh, maybe I can, because I have this. 1 second. I'm going to take a look. Take me here. Okay. Is that... it wasn't the one I was supposed to be on, but it's close enough. So I can jump up this wall. Boop. Come on. There we go. Alright, cool. And then I can actually save and get all my... Focus. All my... that way if I fall, I don't have to start all the way over. When the dev said Chronica has been there since day one, overseeing everything, I couldn't believe it. Just a terrible retcon. Technically, it would be Mortal Kombat Mythologies, but yeah, Mortal Kombat first is often looked at as their debut. Yeah, well, I guess that's fair with Mythologies, but it's like it's a fun game, but it's probably the most frustrating one also. So. The controls on it are just so freaking like I would love that would be one of them I would really like to see them make just try and give another shot to. Like I honestly think they would be able to do it justice if they could just give it another shot. Try and make it enhance the controls scheme a little bit. I would actually play that again. So Okay, so I think what I'm supposed to do is go through that green force shield here, force field. I said force shield, but that's a different thing, so let me... Up. There's my bird friend, cat bat friend. I don't accidentally want to jump on that. And we're just going to run by him. There's no reason for this nonsense. I don't think he can come through. No, and he doesn't care. Cool, okay. Mythologies is terrible and I love it. No nostalgia goggles for that. It's awful, but I still like... Well, I mean, yeah, it's a fun game. It is definitely fun. I mean, I have it. I was more excited about it before I played it. That's the best way I can say it. But it was cool. It was a kind of a cool take, and I think if they don't really need to redo graphics or anything. If they would just rework the control scheme, honestly, and some of the responses, the response times and stuff, I would be okay with that. I really wish that's what they'd go with. There's Bode.
You made it.
I did.
Anyone spot you?
Me? Not a chance. What are we dealing with? Any sign of the droid?
Okay. I already have a marker? Can I get that marker back, please?
What's that down near the water line?
Give me a second, Bode. I can't get my marker back. I'm sorry. I can't
look near the Lucrehulk's landing gear.
I'm busy, Bode. I want this back. Okay, fine. I can't do it, so whatever. All right.
Some kind of service gantry.
Could be a way in.
It's the best option I can see. Only way to the Lucrehulk is through this swamp.
For you, maybe. You want to ride, BD?
Okay. He's got a jetpack.
When you're ready, make a move on that gantry. I'll be watching.
Copy that. That's one way not to get mud on your boots, huh?
Bode's a pretty cool character. We'll get to learn some more about him too, which is neat. I remember this part being a little frustrating platforming wise. I'm going to take a quick break. 1 second. I'm going to take a quick break and I will be back in just a bit. I'm just going to take a brief lavatory break. I'll be right back. So let's get some... I got to remember. I always have to remember. I think it's this one, right? Yeah. See you in just a second. All right. How good do those Ninja Gaiden and Shinobi 2D games look? They look fantastic. I'm super excited about those. There we go. Yeah, I'm super excited about those. I like those a lot. I'm excited to get this. It reminded me very much of Cyber Shadow, which I'm glad that they took a thing out of the book. I'm excited about. I really am excited about those. I'd like. Those jumped up on my list substantially. Sorry about that. Ninja Gaiden is the Blasphemous devs, and Shinobi is the Streets of Rage 4 devs. Yeah, which Blasphemous was great. If you've not played Blasphemous, one of the things that I really love about it is, if you have played Blasphemous, excuse me, one of the things I really love about it is the art style. If you've not played it, you should play it. It's definitely difficult, and it's made to be.
Hard to believe anything could live in this swamp.
Oh, we gotta figure out here where we're gonna go.
Here makes it work.
We're just gonna hit this updraft here. I would say Blasphemous is fantastic. It is such a good game. Oh, you know what? I'll say, you know what I also have to recommend very highly now that I've gotten to play it for some time. Donkey Kong Country or Donkey Kong Bonanza. It may not be country, but Donkey Kong Bonanza. Oh my goodness. That game.
How much do you think this is worth?
That game is awesome.
We're crossing the Raiders. Now move.
Okay, you might hear me lightly snack on the back end here. I have to remember exactly what... Oh, here we go.
I'm not leaving you here.
Don't worry about me. I'll be fine. But we must find my datapad.
Can't we just get you a new one?
Absolutely not. My entire life is on my datapad.
Sounds like a lot of people with cell phone. This... Okay, hold on. I saw something. What does that show red? I guess at some point in time I'm supposed to be able to pull that up.
Let's go, BD.
House bricks? No, the bones of my enemies. I'm joking. Was there a lot of crunch? I don't have a lot of vegetables that I can eat, which is a shame because I actually quite like vegetables. There aren't very many vegetables I can eat. I'm for the most part an obligate carnivore. I have to eat meat. One of the very few vegetables that I can enjoy in very small amounts is celery. I didn't mean to do this. Gosh dang it. There we go. Is celery. I very much enjoy celery, specifically with peanut butter.
Pulling me under.
And so yeah, that's my snack of option just there. Not enough to annoy me. If I need to move away from the mic a little bit more, if it's too much, then let me know. I try to bite it off of the microphone, but if I'm too much in the mic, let me know. And I'll turn off axis, or I'll try to turn further off axis, because I don't want to... There are people that actually have a legitimate fear of...
Been a long time for me. Now looking forward to it. Let's ease in there.
It's a literal phobia. I can't remember what it's called, but it's an actual, like, a phobia or physical discomfort of the sound. And it's like I don't want to cause that for anybody. I'm not trying to do that. I didn't have enough force power left. Either way, I don't care. Okay, I appreciate it. I don't want to cause any problems. I know there are people that have like it's a physical reaction to hearing certain sounds, specifically eating sounds and crunching sounds and stuff. They have a physical reaction. It makes them uncomfortable, and it's not like a general discomfort, like oh, I don't know where. It's like they feel parts of their skin being made less comfortable, or actual pain in some cases. They hear crunch, and it's like I feel my bones breaking. I've never experienced it myself, but I do know people who deal with it. You know, so I'm like, I get it.
There you are, ready to liberate one slightly eccentric High Republic droid.
Yeah. You?
Well, I'm here, aren't I?
Patrolling. Roger, roger.
Sounds like...
I'll go high.
I guess I just squeeze through.
Get him. He's gonna get away.
I just left Bode there. It's like when I hear the French speak, just vile. Somebody who didn't know you would genuinely think you have a problem with French people. Which I think it's funny. I don't... Our history with America's history with the French, not mine specifically, but America's history with the French is it's very complicated. Obviously, England's with the French is also complicated, but coup de grace. But it's a very complicated history that we had here.
We'll help you, Dee.
Come on, Bode. I was gonna say he should do better, but he's actually doing great. I was looking at the wrong bar. What the heck?
Not such a warm welcome.
Knocking isn't an option.
We'll find our own way.
No, I'm super excited. I'm super excited about the 2D ones, though. When did those come out again? I just so that I remember, because I saw the.
Think you can break that coupling?
Let's find out.
I saw the trailer, obviously, the trailers that you had sent, which I thought were awesome.
When in doubt.
But then I don't remember the dates. I think they're still a good ways off. Ninja Gaiden 4, which also looks great, isn't coming out until November, I think. So it's like they're putting a lot of delay on a lot of these games, and I don't think that's the other thing. I don't know what the cost comes out as. Like, is the Ninja Gaiden or the Ninja Gaiden and Shinobi games going to be $60? Are they going to be like 31st of July for Gaiden near the end of August? Oh, that's not bad. Yeah, I'll probably grab that. And what do we know what the cost is going to? Is it going to be $20 or like $30 or? Oh, it was Bode. Sorry. I was about to hit Bode. Bode, you kicked me in the back. I mean, it makes sense. I drop kicked you. Or attempted to. I get it. Beautiful. Guyton hasn't gotten a price point. Shinobi's going to be 25, 30 pound over here. Okay, so 30 bucks for us probably. If it's 25 pound for you, it's about 30 bucks for us. I saw him before he saw me. And that is a shortcut. We skipped your whole life. Okay. Yeah, so if it's 25 pound, then that's probably going to be about 30 bucks here. So which is fine. $29.99 for 24.95 years or whatever. And Ninja Gaiden's the same way. I don't mind $30. I mean, a lot of people. That's kind of the interesting thing is a lot of developers are looking at 2D games as lesser than, and so they're selling them for $30 or for $20 or $30, $25, $30, which I think is great. Because I do not see just because it's a 2D game, even if it's a shorter game, I don't see that as a lesser game. So let's be clear.
But you do seem happier now that she's around.
Okay, let's focus. Z needs us.
All right. I am of the camp that subscribes to getting more for your buck isn't a bad thing. For me, it's kind of like dining in a restaurant. If I spend $100 and I have leftovers to take home, then that's great. If I spend $100 and it doesn't even fill me up, then I'm going to be really pissed off. But with is that where we're meant to go? Right there. But it doesn't have to. Again, it doesn't. I don't need to be gluttonous. I don't have to have leftovers. I just need it to satisfy my appetite. That's the idea. I'm hoping that in most of these cases, that's what their intent is. Is like, okay, we're just gonna,
This piece of junk could sink any second. Nah, she'll hold.
There's also a really cool 2D Terminator 2 game releasing in a few months. Oh, that's cool. I have the original, some of the original Terminator games for the Genesis, and I love them. RoboCop versus Terminator. It's not a good game, but I love it anyway. Seeing 2D or retro as lesser is great, but people do, and that's why. I mean, that's a lot of times. That's why a lot of these games are, because you got to think about this, like Mario and Super Mario World, and a lot of these other 2D games that we play, even to this day. Chrono Trigger. Think about this real quick. Chrono Trigger still goes for, I think right now loose the price charting is about $175. $175 for a game that you can buy digitally in other ways, other form factors. And it's for a cartridge $175. And it's like, man, I mean, there's a PC version of this you can literally buy. It's on Steam, but $175. Of course, it's not lesser, but that's the way the industry sees it. And luckily, they do, because we profit off of that. Basically, we don't spend $60 every goddamn time anymore, which is good. Okay, I need to figure out where the heck I need to go. Is it where I was? Was that correct? We're up here. I get that. But it says we're supposed to be about 400 meters over here. No. Yeah, about 400 meters. Little under. 324 meters. That way. Okay. All right. And I'm facing generally that direction. I guess we just jump down. I do love when that happens, when the jump is too far down technically, and you just kind of go ragdoll at random, like 2 inches. You've made 30 or 40% of the jump, but you just kind of go ragdoll 2 inches from the ground right there. That's where I'm supposed to be, right? How the heck do I get down there? Can we talk to Bode about it? I mean, he did this, right? That's the... I don't understand.
Room is dim, bud.
Okay. Do I have a place that I could just grab? Can I cheese it a little? Can I just... No, I can't. I was going to say, there's supposed to be something, like, this is the way I'm supposed to go, because we came from this way, right? We climbed up this side. We're supposed to be coming down this side, and I don't see... Can I didn't mean to do that. Fine, I cheesed it by accident. That's not what you're supposed to do. But I did it anyway, and I don't care. Apparently, The Outer Worlds 2 is going to be $80, Xbox first game to follow in Nintendo's direction. Yeah, I won't. I'm not going to do that. I'll spend $70. I understand inflation. I get that people... I get that inflation happens. I get that people have to charge more to make the same amount of money these days. In some cases, but I'm not gonna give you... You don't... There's no... Inflation hasn't been that bad in the past 2 years. 3 years to say, oh yeah, no, it's time to go ahead and spend, you know, the whole of your money on... No, I'm not doing that. I didn't do it with Donkey Kong. I spent Donkey Kong. I spent $70, right? That's what I paid for it. It's great. It's freaking good. The music is fun. It's not David Wise, which was a little disappointing to me, just because I really wanted it to be a Grant Kirkhope or a David Wise. It wasn't, but the music's still super good. Did I make a mistake? I might have made a mistake. Oh well.
Company, and it isn't friendly.
It's fine. I went backwards, but we'll be all right. I'm just gonna run through. We already did all this, so I went backwards, but it doesn't. This is where I remember getting frustrated. Just because the pathing on this is really circuitous. Have you tried going to Tashi Station and picking up the power converter? If we do it like Robot Chicken, where it's the power converters are Tashi Station is like a gentleman's club, and power converters are basically a group of strippers. Could be. Okay, so I'm gonna try to go. I love that nebula up there. So we're back where we started, which is fine, I guess. I guess we're gonna go this way. Can we go any more this way than we already did when we got that echo? Because it kind of is like it's saying we need to go this way. I guess we're just gonna go this way and see what happens. Because that's where we came from. So I guess it's back the way we came, but farther on the opposite side? I don't understand. This is where, again, this is where the pathing becomes probably the greatest enemy in the game.
I need help. Help, BD.
There we go. No, you got it right. Tashi Station to pick up power converters. We'll go this way. I didn't mean to push so close, but that's okay. Forgot those things have the magnetized feet.
Jim, please.
Keep going.
Alright, thank you, Bode. Okay, so maybe this... Maybe we can climb this way, right?
No lift platform here.
So we're supposed... Gosh, dang it. I hate... This is what I hate about the multi-layered maps here. It's just like every single time, it's always... I know my Star Wars lore. I mean, you definitely know your lines there. For sure. Let's see here. So we can get up there. I understand that, but I don't understand... And I guess maybe that's the objective? I have the high ground, Spock. No. I do. So that's another thing, too, is a lot of people kind of have the misconception that Star Wars and Star Trek, you know, people are mutually exclusive. I actually enjoy Star Trek quite a bit, too. I definitely like Star Wars more, but I do enjoy Star Trek. Specifically the Next Generation I really liked. See, that's back where we came from. We went this... We don't have any way we can go this way. We don't have any way we can go this way. And then this way, we don't have any way we can go. So I'm trying to figure out what is the objective here. We need that lift platform up there, back down here. I get that. But I don't understand what direction we're meant to go. This is one of the things that I had a trouble with before. Okay, I can't grab on to... Can I... Let me see. I gotta take a look at the timing and see what the heck I'm missing. Let's see. Because I have a lot of those lines too. I could technically use a line like that, but I don't think I did. I don't think I did anything that would allow me to take that line anywhere. There's got to be a grapple point. See, that looks like a grapple point to me, but I can't do anything with it. Yeah, did the Lucre Hulk last night, least favorite map. That's what I'm sitting there doing too. I'm like, I don't remember where the heck. That looks like the hold on. If I fall, I fall. It's just what's going to happen. Oh, no. Okay. So that is what I was supposed to do the whole frickin' time. I jumped like 60 times and fell. It should be an open world game set in hell. I'm not even joking. Imagine the cool enemies and enforcements. Yeah, that's kind of, I think, what Doom tries to be. It's not super open world. Obviously, there's some linearity to it, but...
You know, I broke into a freighter on...
Downloaded the wrong Star Wars or the right Star Wars, depending on who you ask. Yeah, that's true.
No.
Welcome in, by the way.
Hulk. Not sure why I even mentioned it.
Could you clear this up?
Absolutely.
Just create an explosion right next to your face. Yeah, this is I think my least the pathing on a lot of this to me is wonky. And this one I think is the one that was worst for me. I don't have a problem again, I don't have a problem with it's I think it's just some of the
Enemy's close. I got your back, Cal.
Hey, who are you?
There we are.
Needs a jetpack, huh? Hit him back.
Working on it.
Were those droids arguing?
It happens more than you'd think.
I might finally start a new playthrough of Cyberpunk. Yeah, and I thought you'd said you'd started one prior, and you were just like, I can't get into this. Cyberpunk is great, and right now is probably the best. If you don't have Cyberpunk, right now is probably the best time to get it. I think it's like $38 for the complete version right now with Phantom Liberty. So Phantom Liberty itself is not on an impressive sale, but if you don't have it at all, then it's like $38 for the game. And I have the Steelbook version. I'm of it, and I love it, but dang it, you know, it's like I wish that Phantom Liberty itself was. I want the complete edition on disc anyway, so whatever.
Miss me, BD?
Again, I like CDPR. I'm excited for getting to play any of the games that I get to play of theirs. So I'm not usually too upset about them not having a huge discount on things. They're not like Nintendo where they never go on sales. Matter of fact, Witcher 3 Complete Edition was like, you can find it fairly regularly for between $7 and $10. I need to start it again and stick with it. I have the game. Oh, you do have the game. Alright, so let's see what we have. Crossguard. Do I have another 1 point? I have charge. I have greater impact, greater shock range. Makes combat send back charges. Rolling thunder. I'm going to go ahead and grab greater impact. There we go. Again, we're gonna have 2 saber types maxed out by the end of this, and that's it. And I'm gonna you get 1 free respec. I'm gonna respec that 1 skill I had to put in the basic saber. If I don't have enough points by the end of it, I'm gonna respec that. Okay, real quick, I just want to have a peek around. Honestly, I mean, they put a lot of this with these maps. They put a lot of TLC into it. And I like it a lot. Lucre Hulk sounds a lot like some fatty mess you extract from a clogged pipe. Yeah, it does. Lucre Hulk. It sounds like something that you would say. It sounds like a condition of congestion. What do you want to? Oh.
Give me a sec. I want to check a few things.
Do I want to tweak anything? I don't think I have anything I really want to tweak. I'm good. Yeah. Let's look at that blaster we barely ever use. The only time it's any kind of good to use the blaster is when on the back of a Neko, in my opinion. Okay, that just leads back to the same. Okay, I thought it. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. I thought as much, but I double check. I was wanting to double check. Okay, so that's just back where we came from. Fair enough. I like to poke around.
Too easy.
Yeah, it would be, wouldn't it? Now. I like to poke around and see where I can find like an additional chest or treasure or something.
Enemies nearby.
Drop kick. Uh-oh. I didn't mean to. I was trying to push the grenade. God dang it.
He needs us. Get him back. BD, stim.
I think one of the things, this is where I think, and I'll kind of subscribe a little bit to what you have, which your thoughts on this have been, shared thoughts on this have been before, Ash. Is this is one of the games where the map can get a little overwhelming because it's so many layers deep and so many thises and that's, and there's so many things that look like you should be able to do them that you can't. I didn't have that issue with The Witcher, except for sequence, to be clear. So when I'm saying sequence, like for example, in some cases, you have to have like a
good to go.
Yeah. In some cases, you have to have like a mission done before another mission can be initiated. Wait, can I? Is that just where I've come from? Is there something down there that's special that I can has? Or am I just going backwards? I'm probably just going backwards. That's the thing is, yeah, I am going backwards. I just always like to see what, like sometimes something's there and I want the treasure chest. It's okay though. I don't try to complete my lightsaber till near endgame because I need upgraded ascension cable to get my favorite emitter. That's fair. This game is way too big. Yeah, this one is like I don't have a problem with the size of a game in a lot of these cases, but like the map it's like, okay, I have to go over here. This door's locked, but you know, I can see, like, I don't know, I can kind of see where I've gone, and I can see that it leads me in a circle, and there's this, and, you know, it's very, this is one of those ones where it gets a little too winding and tangly and all that kind of good stuff. No, nothing. It's, again, The Witcher for me I don't have that problem. I just don't. Like, Roach might, he doesn't anymore, really, but he, you know, or she, I guess Roach is a she. She might, on occasion, spawn on something that I don't want her to spawn on, like a rooftop, and then I whistle again, and she spawns somewhere else. Yeah, we're doing this. We'll do this again. I need to...
Get after it. Can't stop me.
I can. We'll just do this.
Jedi.
Sorry, Bode. You see what I mean? Like, and then here we are, and then that's where we are again. There we go.
Never doubted you.
As someone who's nearly 100%, yeah, it's big, but too big? Nah, I think it's great. It's too circuitous. I don't necessarily know if this... I don't know if the size is the problem for me, but the fact that it isn't... It's not as streamlined as it perhaps should be in a lot of these cases, and a lot of the puzzles aren't remarkably intuitive. My very first time playing through it, it wasn't daunting, like I didn't feel overwhelmed, but there were parts where I felt, and again, I'm a Star Wars fan of more decades than several of the audience has been alive. I absolutely love Star Wars, but it's one thing when you feel like you're not making enough progress that you kind of almost have to, you almost feel like you want to put it down, and you're like, so I had a couple of those moments. It's not now. Like, I know I can get through it, but it's just, that's my thing. No, it's too big. I don't make the rules. I wonder what a potential third game will be like. My thing is, again, I don't mind the big. I don't mind them making the oh, I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, that's what we're talking. That's what I'm talking about. That's exactly it. There we go. I mean, this is, like I said, I'm a guy who, my phone is an Arabesh. If you send me a text message It's not in English. It is in Arabesh.
Scaling a beaten up warship, just like the old days.
Yeah, that's well. You know, I'm a huge fan. I love Star Wars. There's no reason I wouldn't want to be a part of it. But then again, when I'm going back and going, okay, shoot, this is the way it had gone, and now I've got to consult the map. Okay. Now I've got to consult the map 5,000 times because I know I've been here, but there's something I might have missed, or I don't know if I've been here, or I hit the same meditation point. It's like, oh yeah, this is the one you saved at a minute ago. It's like, god dang it, you know. Isn't it intentionally designed to be a bit Metroidvania, or is that the previous? There's a bit of a Metroidvania component to it, but the thing again about Metroidvania is I don't get lost in Metroidvanias usually. Stupid Magna Guards. You know this one's good because he's got a hood. God dang it. There we go.
I'm feeling weak, dude.
Yeah, as far as Metroidvania, I mean, these definitely have elements of... Am I hearing an electro staff? No, I'm hearing that. That's where I came from. Okay, I think. Yeah, like I said, with the Metroidvanias, I don't have as much of a trouble getting lost because Metroidvanias generally are 2D, right? So it's like, okay, I know where I'm going. I kind of have an idea. Okay. There we go. I won't say I never have gotten lost. I feel like I get lost more on Metroid than the Vanias. We'll put it that way. Look at that.
They could conquer a whole planet.
1 second. You know, I don't mean this in an insulting way whatsoever. In any way whatsoever, you know me, but I think you having the language on your phone might be the nerdiest thing I've ever heard. I get bored. Let's put it this way. I get bored. I like to learn languages, and Star Wars was just kind of a perfect candidate. Real life languages, I have a few under my belt. Do it this way. Real life languages, I have a few under my belt, and then I like the fictitious languages that come along with a lot of stuff too, Elvish and High Valyrian and all these other different various things that can be spoken or written, and Star Wars was just kind of at the top of the list. You know, I've got there are three written languages that are I think fully realized, and then I think it's Mandoa, Huttese, and Arabesh, and so it's like, you know, those kinds of things I really like.
Stay alert. We have reports of hostiles in the area.
We're under attack.
Ready?
Well, that's the other part of things.
I'm giving chase.
Whoa!
Skill. Hold it.
It's probably the best time to take that.
I didn't stand back.
I know.
Gotcha. Come on, show me.
I will say that the combat on this, as much as it seems like I'm struggling, is nowhere near as difficult as the
Ship knows we're here now, huh?
Jedi Master and the Grandmaster versions of the playthrough. I'm playing this on Jedi Knight for anybody who's not familiar, but I have done a Jedi Master and Jedi Grandmaster playthrough just for the sake of the difficulty of the combat, not exactly that I remember the perfect, you know, the maps. The maps don't change. They just they're just frustrating. I've run literal cycles trying to explore an unexplored path because the map is just confused. It is. It's very much. I like most Star Wars. The only thing I didn't really care for was Acolyte was not good. I bet people wonder what it is when they see your phone. Well, actually, part of the reason that I kept it that way, it was an accident. Originally, part of the reason I kept it that way is when I go to work, I audit people. I'm not going to say exactly what I do, but I'll say that that's generally what I do. I would get a message from my wife or from my daughter, and they would need something, and it was, emergency this or whatever, and I wanted to make sure that I could get back to them, and I would have people that would literally poke over. I'd set my phone on the counter, do my job, and I would have people that would sit there and they would look at my... I'm not one of those inventory... I'll tell you that much. I'm not one of those inventory auditors that go into like grocery stores with a calculator on their leg. I'm not that kind of an auditor. I'm a different type altogether. And so, I go back. I'm basically trying to make sure people are following rules. Okay, that's back where I came from, but now I have a shortcut. So, let me go ahead and get my stims back. Yeah, but anyway, it was... So I was doing that, and people were literally reading the messages, trying to read the messages on my phone, or reading the messages on my phone. Gosh dang it. Okay, now we've got another shortcut. Thank you. Back up, please. But anyway, I had people that would literally be looking on the counter trying to read my messages, and of course in full English and, an easy to read legible print, it's not very hard to read the messages. So I changed it to Autobash on an accident, and then it was like, oh, okay, whatever. And it took me no time at all to learn. And then I was like, all right, well, now that I have this, might as well just go ahead and use that to prevent people from being nosy. And it worked well. Nobody can read it.
Time to fight. Weapons drawn.
That's impossible.
It isn't.
Barely better.
God dang it. You can get it. Just kick him off. Kick her off.
Time to make an example.
Okay, I guess.
You can't stop us all. We'll see. Yield.
I'm not looking for a yield, I'm needing a stop. There we go.
Jammed door? I wonder.
Glaring defects in writing aside, I could care less about a Sith protagonist. It's a contradiction. We've talked about that on the channel. I don't actually believe it is. In the world of Star Wars, I don't actually believe it is, and I think KOTOR is kind of evidence of that a little bit, because Revan's being a Jedi wasn't what saved the Republic. Revan, becoming a Sith is what saved the Republic. He turned to the dark side because he believed that the action was too slow. Let me do this real quick.
Just in time.
There we go. Okay, now we've got a new shortcut. Now I can do this again. I don't want to though. I'm fine. Revan's turn to the dark side was what caused the safety of the Republic, or was what saved the Republic. So we talked about this before. The philosophies that actually influenced the
Find Tantalor.
the Jedi and the Sith mentality.
Do you hear that?
Destroyer droids.
Just droidika's fine. Okay. I need to recharge first. There we go. One second while I... Okay.
That's all of them. First time I fought Droideka was with my master during the Clone Wars. I froze. He had to take them out.
Look at you now. Bet he'd be proud.
Hope so.
So we talked about, anyway, let me pause for a second. We talked about the philosophies that were behind the Jedi and the Sith, and the real world philosophies, and they've kind of been expanded upon over the course of the past 40 years or so. But it's basically Buddha principles of the Buddha for Jedi, which is basically replacement theology. Oh, I'm not gonna do this. I'm gonna replace it with that. I'm not gonna do this. I'm gonna replace ignorance with knowledge. I'm gonna replace, peace is a lie, is kind of the antithesis of what we think, because what we are is there isn't any there is no this, there is that, right? And then the Sith one is based off of basically the tenets, or a lot of tenets that were asserted by Friedrich Nietzsche. Peace is a lie. There's only passion. Through passion I gain strength. Through strength I gain power. Etc. And so there is no emotion. There is peace. Is replacement, which is good, can be good. The Sith mentality isn't bad, and there were good Sith lords. That's the other problem. Is to be a Sith doesn't automatically mean to be bad. It wasn't a cut and dry good and evil. It was in Lucas's original, but it's since then very heavily become a much more gray area. A good example of a Sith Lord that is not really just an absolute evil person would be Count Dooku, Lord Tyrannus, who did most of what he was doing just to kind of prevent people that he cared about from dying. In Legends, Vectivus was one of the big ones. Vectivus was a businessman, and he just became a Sith Lord to kind of further his business interests, but he died in his bed, surrounded by friends and family, just like you would hope. He was not a bad guy. One day you'll get a nosy person who's also a big fan. Maybe. I haven't met a Star Wars fan. Even the Star Wars channels, like Star Wars Theory, have proved or have said that they can't read Arabesh. It's a very, very small group of people. But you might be right. But yeah, like in Legends, Darth Vectivus was not bad. Even though he was absolutely a Sith, he was just a businessman. He just wanted to further his business ventures. So being a Sith isn't always meant to mean that you're evil. As a matter of fact, what's ironic is that Sith is not just a belief. They were an actual species, and they were not an evil species. They were just a warlike species. And so their more tribalistic behavior may have driven some of the tenets of the new Sith movement, basically the religious movement. There we go.
So, you know she didn't just join to find Tantalor, right?
Don't know what you're talking about.
Whatever you say, Cal.
Won't be locked for long.
But anyway, yeah, that's kind of the...
Let's see what we have here.
A turbo lift.
Is that who I think it is inside?
Let me get a closer look. Yeah, it's Z.
Where does it go?
Control tower.
Then that's our target.
Okay.
I see a problem. Down there. Cal, you see that?
No, I don't.
droids.
We've seen worse. Check out those AATs. I've got a plan. Hey, Cal, to the right.
Yes, gosh dang it. I see. I was trying to take my... I can't take my beacons off.
Your eye make some noise, draw them away, you slip by. Regroup at the turbo lift. What do you think?
It's risky.
We passed risky a while back. Good luck.
You too.
But anyway, so that's my thoughts on it. Basically, they may have taken some of the tribal thoughts of the Sith people, or the Sith, the Sith tribe, the Sith race, and they may have been more tribal, and that tribalism may have been mistranslated and taken, and so a lot of them are, can be evil.
Ready to scour this planet for my lost master.
I have played Light Side Sith in SWTOR Survivor. Yeah, it's not impossible. I know, obviously, it's just, I'm not saying that there's, I know Lucas, when he originally made it, he was like, bad guys are this, good guys are this, but we've kind of gone through.
I'll signal.
What signal?
Trust me, you won't miss it.
Uh-oh.
What is it? No, they haven't reported. You'll break.
That wasn't what I intended, but it'll work. We'll just take him out with the... Yeah, but anyway, I know Lucas originally kind of had it very one-dimensional, and he's gone on record as saying, oh, it's for kids, it's for 12-year-olds, it's for this. Andor Season 2 had, and I'm not going to spoil it for anybody specifically, but I've said this before, it had something in it that absolutely is not for a 12-year-old. I wouldn't want a 12-year-old watching something and then asking me, well, what does that mean? And I have to explain it. For me, the Acolyte, when I'm talking about the Acolyte being bad, if I'm going to pick, a handful of things, the writing is absolutely terrible. The dueling was actually okay, but I wasn't invested in the characters.
He knows how to make an entrance.
Fair enough. I didn't feel like that they knew how they wanted to handle... I didn't feel like that they knew how they wanted to handle their characters. I didn't feel like that there's a secret. Is it really spoiling it if nobody cares? All right. Disclaimer, spoiler alert if you haven't seen The Acolyte and you're super excited about it, for whatever reason that might be. She's a twin.
Good.
That would have been a cool twist if they would have said that in the last episode, but they spoil it in like the third episode. Yeah, it's gonna be locked.
Can't open it.
You know that she's a twin in the third episode out of like 7. You know what direction she's going. Again, heavy spoilers here if you're interested. She chokes out her teacher, who, by the way, is incredibly paternal and very much, to me, just seemed to try and be just tried to be fatherly in the best way that he possibly could. That's what it seemed like to me. Again, I could be wrong. Being a father myself, that's, I saw what he was trying. I can't push him off the side. There. But anyway, she chokes him out. And I mean, he felt like he was trying to be paternal to me, but I took a look at it, and I didn't understand. I was like, this guy's really been good to her. Why is, he's not been perfect. He's made mistakes, certainly. But she just chokes him out. And then... she, I read the thing from Leslie Headland. For anybody who doesn't know, Leslie Headland is the showrunner, the lady that ran it.
From the other side.
God dang it.
Need it. Give me more. Nice hit.
The uppercut hit, if you land, it automatically takes a full bar. Strap in. Yeah, I was just like, oh, it's not worth watching. It really isn't. Leslie Headland said that the reason that I can't remember what his name is, but anyway, the reason that he was choked out was because of what do they call it? What did she call it? It was like micro misogyny or something like. I can't even remember what the heck it was, but it was something like that. It was like microaggressions, micro misogynistic aggressions or something. Anyway, it was something to have to do with that. And it's like, he was a father figure trying to take care of her. What are we talking about? I hate these things. Okay. Now we're just gonna not deal with this. Okay.
I need some help.
She made Vernestra, which was her wife, by the way. The Jedi Master Vernestra. Hey, Fighting Max, how are you doing? I hope you're doing well. Hope your vacation is still going famously. She cast her wife as this character, Vernestra, and Vernestra is in this writing like the most powerful Jedi ever. But she suffers from IBS to the point of where she can't even go. She can't even ride in spaceships a lot of the time because she gets too sick. But she's one of the most powerful ever. Okay.
Now to test my work.
Jedi, by the way, have the ability to mitigate illness, just so you know. That ability is actually found in KOTOR 2 with breath control and allows you to slow poison and toxins and other things. So, and yet she's supposed to be canonically one of the most powerful out there. It's really frustrating. Don't cast your spouse just so you can... Okay, I'm in trouble. I thought that was going to be something more than it was. It wasn't. Alright, we'll just stand here. We're fine. But yeah, cast her spouse just to basically make her this souped up, uber powerful such and such. And it's like, why? Went to see Mount Fuji yesterday. Oh, very nice. I bet that was beautiful. Let's run. Take a look here. Amazing ramen and tempura while I was here. I have no doubt that it's probably just leagues and leagues above anything that we make over here in terms of that. Although we do have some pretty decent, where I am, we do have some pretty decent ramen places. We have a very, very heavy, we have a bunch of Asian culture influx here, which I'm it's happy to see. It's more recently, but happy to see because they brought all kinds of cool stuff. Just ways of thinking and well, that was wonderful. Oh, I know what we're doing here. Ways of thinking and doing business, and then on top of that, beautiful foods, and it's just lots of cool stuff. Okay, I remember this guy. I didn't remember that, though. Let's just do this. I don't need you to be. I need you to get hurt by my lightsaber. That's all I care about.
He's swift. You don't look good. I'll never break.
Make a new friend.
I had block. I don't know what happened.
Stim here. Good to see you.
I love that. That was great. That was awesome.
Doesn't need it anymore.
Did you ever see how it should have ended? Vid canceled. You are your floppy lightsaber. Keep that. You may. I did. I haven't seen that. I don't mind the light whip. We've had the light whip for a long time. Githany was one who used it in the original lore. Her name was Githany. I don't mind the light whip. It doesn't bother me all that much. But just Vernestra's character wasn't great.
Thanks.
And the fact that she was made super powerful just because it was her wife who was writing the show. And then, again, the lightsaber fights were good. There are some goods, right? There are. Not many, but there are a few. One of them being, in my opinion, the choreography in some cases, right? I thought the choreography in a lot of cases was pretty good. I don't like the design of the lightsabers, but I also liked. I didn't like the design of the lightsabers insofar as that the hilts are very thick. I think that's a little wonky. But I think the design of Smilo Ren's lightsaber with the hidden Shoto, I think that's really cool. It's incredibly practical as well. It's very. That actually makes sense.
Did you
Check.
wire it up? I've got an idea.
What are we wiring up? I'm sorry. Feels like I should cut that. What am I doing? Oh, here we go.
Okay. Now what?
Acolyte looked terrible from the bits I saw. Yeah, it's not very good.
Not bad.
It really isn't. I watched the whole thing. I don't like it. I didn't like it. And I get it, not everything's going to be for me, and maybe it's just me, but I really didn't think it was well put together. And this is coming from someone who loves Ahsoka, even though there are tons of plot holes in that, and there's no way Sabine should be doing what she's doing. I'm not going to give any details on that, because I actually think that's worth watching still. I still think that's worth giving a quick view to. But huge plot holes that I don't really care for in that. Mandalorian Season 3 is not the most fantastic thing ever in my opinion, but not terrible. Book of Boba Fett, I have my gripes. I think it's okay, and the theme song I love. I think that's a great theme song.
Enemies nearby.
What do you mean slow up? I'm gonna hit him. There we go.
Good effort.
Go ahead and knock you out of the way.
Damage. Push through this defense.
Another stim.
Perfect. I watched the whole thing. He said with deep regret, longing to stroke to erase the memories. It's not good. It really isn't. I mean, I had nothing else to do. I was okay. I was working out of state at the time. I was in a hotel room with nothing to do for several hours. I was like, all right, whatever. I'm not an extrovert guy. I don't want to go out and talk to a whole bunch of people. I'm not working next to anybody I know anyway.
We'll need some living space. Homes.
Homes?
Sure. You've never been to Marek Nine?
I just don't. I don't like it. Andor has been great. Andor 1 is good. Andor Season 2 I thought was great too. Really liked it. Had to rush to catch the bullet train on time. On our way back to had an overall amazing time. Unfortunately, no snow-capped peak because it's summer. We sure as heck aren't going back to pay. Sorry, we sure as heck aren't going to pay to Photoshop it on. Well, that would be disingenuous now, wouldn't it? A little bit. Oh, by the way, congrats on 200 subs. Oh, that's wonderful. Well, thank you very much. Yeah, and thank you, by the way, to 200 people. Those of you who are here who decided you wanted to be a part of it, who decided to subscribe just to see when I go live to play silly games and talk about stupid stuff. I really, really appreciate you for doing it. I don't, I say this I say this truthfully. I don't do any of it for the numbers, and I don't make calls to action or ask for anybody to do anything. I try not to ask anybody to do anything. That's not what it's about. It's just about playing games and sharing conversations with nice people, good people. But no. Okay, well, fine. But I really am very, very appreciative for those of you who decided that you had a good enough time that you might want to hear about coming back and talking sometimes on other silly topics, and Star Wars and retro games and stuff like that. This is not a retro game, by the way. I recognize that, but I like to play some new games. Like I like retro games. Obviously, that's my bread and butter, but I definitely have fun playing some new games.
Nice.
Probably right. What else? Let's see. It's cool, bro. You don't have to explain. It's not a felony yet. Fair enough. It almost is bad enough to be a crime. None of it makes any sense. It's just dumb. But no, that's truly what was happening. I just had the time. Honestly, I
gotta unlock this.
If I hadn't been in that predicament after I had watched the first like 3 episodes, I probably would have quit. 3 is about where it goes, in my opinion. 3 is about where it goes wrong. Wait, what? Oh, that's glass. I think it's 1 and 2 are fine, and then I think 3 is where it just all bites the dust.
Enemy's close. I got your back, Cal.
Okay, I'm gonna look over here real quick. Can you imagine if Cal were as absent-minded as I am in this regard? It's like, I got your back, enemy's close, and then I'm like, yeah. Hold on a second, there's a shiny thing over here. I know, I saw, he got up. That was pretty epic. Right, yeah, I'm brutal. I have no concern for your balance or sympathy. I mean, I have no sympathy for your balance or well-being. That's just more glass. You can come over here? Alright, fine. It's an echo. That's glass. Okay. What game do you plan to play after this? I think there was a request for, which I'm okay with, The Outer Wilds. I think there was a request for The Outer Wilds. So I'll probably do that one. I think that was the most, there were requests for a couple of games. I think that was the most ubiquitous request, would be the appropriate way to say that. And then after that, I'll probably do, I've been debating on what I want to do. I'd like to do something retro, but I'd also like to do something, I thought about doing Witcher on here. Witcher's not retro, but Witcher is, well, depends on how old you are. Actually, I say that, but Witcher's 10 years old, if you can believe that. Okay. That's the other thing, is I don't... Got all this different stuff around here. We'll come down here and take a peek. Did you ever play Tainted Grail? It's basically Skyrim if it was good. I haven't played Tainted Grail, no. I wouldn't mind playing it. I always took it as Oblivion with Skyrim if Skyrim were good, but that's just a personal... Skyrim's not terrible. I'm going to be very clear to anybody who likes Skyrim. Skyrim isn't terrible. It's just not, in my opinion, it's just not great. This is surely not the way I'm meant to go. Again, talking about random circuity. I have to figure out, can't go there. So I've got to figure out how to get into the little glass area up there. This looks like back where we were coming from, but at the same time, I feel like I might have missed something. This is back where we came from. But we're only 69 meters away, so... That sounds very fun. I've only heard good things about Outer Wilds. That's what I thought. I thought about doing that, and then I thought about doing a retro game on the other side. I thought about doing Witcher again because of its 10th anniversary. I know I'm supposed to be doing Splinter Cell, and I've said I would do that already. But I haven't gotten my Splinter Cell disc, and I had a buddy that said he would reach out to me.
Not liking this.
I had a buddy who said he would reach out to me because he thinks he might have it, so I haven't ordered a new one yet. Okay, so I want to take a look. It says 27 meters. I want to see if there's a way for me to get to it from here. Is it right on top of me? Like, I need to be able to just get above where I am right now?
About time.
Okay, I don't want to fight you. I don't want to fight you. I just want... up there. I forget that doesn't pause the game. Good lord. Okay, well, I've only heard good things about it with a darker tone and said, oh, for Tainted Grail, which makes sense. I've wanted to do. It was one of a couple of things that I had wanted to do. Number one, I'm going to go back this way. Number one was to do Splinter Cell because that was 20 years old this year. And I remember when that one very first came out. And then the other one, I'm just going to keep going this way. We're going to see what happens. The other one was... The Witcher 3, because it turned 10 this year, this May. And then something retro also sounded really fun. I've played a ton of retro games. I thought that might be fun. And so I was trying to think of what retro game might be fun to play. I was thinking of playing Clock Tower Rewind, since Clock Tower is a game that I've enjoyed for a very long time, but Rewind just came out like a year or two ago and added some new stuff to it. And I hadn't seen that. There's another game I also had thought about playing retro-wise that I thought might be fun, but I wasn't positive, which was... Second, let me kill this guy. Are we good? Okay. The other one I was thinking about playing on here, which it was just because it was fun, it was one of the Donkey Kong countries. I've already played 3 on here a couple of times, and I did one literally called Steamrolling through Donkey Kong Country, where I play through the whole game in like 2 hours. I thought about doing something like that, but maybe for the first one, which is my least favorite, but it's one I still enjoy and thought might be fun to play through. I also thought about adding a couple of games that I don't really see played a lot on the channel. One of the ones that I thought was kind of fun, that might be kind of fun to do, not a great game, but it's a fun platformer, is like Speedy Gonzales Los Gatos Banditos. You son of a gun. We're just gonna go this way. This is the way I wanted to go. Anyway.
I'll never
Don't need you to. This is the time. We're not going back to horsey head guy for the for my health and force power or anything back. I don't care. I think I'm going the wrong way, but it's okay.
Toss it.
It was either his hit or mine. One of those was going to make it through first. Thank you.
Can you get that down?
Consider it done.
Clock Tower would be good to stream. Have you ever played Axiom Verge? Yes, I have. I quite like Axiom Verge. Very much Metroid inspired. I was trying to think of what kind of retro games I would enjoy playing that other people may not have seen. Okay. Fine. I was trying to think of what kind of retro games that there are that are out there that maybe people hadn't seen or that weren't super prevalent online. Everything's been played at least once, obviously, but what would be a retro game that a lot of people don't see? I always miss that. The timing on that is so frustrating. I didn't get that heal. See, it takes so long to push, and that's the thing. That force push takes way too long with the rocket. It's a timing issue. It's my issue, but for frame of reference, I've been playing for force pushing rockets. I've been playing Jedi Outcast for 20 years. This game's only been out for 2. So it's like I haven't gotten this timing down yet. Whereas Jedi Outcast rocket pushes, again, I've 20 years of that timing. Shatterhand. Oh, that's a good one. The Oregon Trail would be interesting. See, I actually played the Oregon Trail on here before, the original one, as well as I played the original as well as the zombie one. I actually played the zombie one with the names of some of the moderators in the chat. So whoever survived that basically was like the moderators, and it was fun. But I played the original Oregon Trail. Really, Cal? What the heck? There we go. Yeah, I played. I
don't think they.
The zombie Oregon Trail was. Did you enjoy the Oregon Trail? It's Oregon Trail versus Oregon Trail, but yeah. Just for anybody who isn't familiar, when I'm saying the zombie one, that's what I'm referring to. But I have played the other one. It was called Size It Up. Size Up the Situation is what the thing was, but I called it Size It Up. I could absolutely play that again. I absolutely adore the Oregon Trail. So it was it my first PC game? It's probably my first PC game, was the Oregon Trail.
So we rescue Z, get out of here, find Tanalor, and then what?
I'm just taking it day by day.
Maybe figure something out with Mary?
She's got her path, I've got mine.
Yeah, I've heard Jedi avoid attachment.
That's right.
Just don't forget who you really are.
What's that supposed to mean?
It means trust your heart. Things are only getting worse out there. Life is precious. And so is happiness.
I wish it were that simple.
It is that simple.
Shatterhand is one I should play.
The future with Marin, embrace it.
I can't just...
Fester's Quest. I have it. That game's off. I don't like that game at all, but I will play it. If that's what people want to see.
Over here. A little further. Perfect.
I have a whole... I mean...
Thanks.
I literally have like 800 NES games. I need to look through them and see which ones I really like.
That droid. And stay alive.
I need to take a look. And take and just see what I would play. You know, I should play a Castle Contra 3: The Alien War. I played a little bit of it. I'd like to do better at it. I'd like to do better at it because I don't feel like I did a very good job the few times I have played it. That one's really fun, but I'm used to playing that in co-op with someone, so I'm probably not going to be very good if I try it. Does not mean I won't try it, just means I'm not going to be very good at it. That's another one I really love. It's kind of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, the one I played on the stream, which I was not very good at again, but like I love those games. There's a lot of like those are games I played a ton of when I was, you know, bored. I was just like, all right, let's do this. Or maybe Super Mario Bros. 3. Yeah, I could do that. I could do Super Mario Bros. I have all those original carts too, so there's just a lot of there are a lot of great retro games, but I'm trying to think of ones that would be fun to show off that just really don't get a lot of spotlight and deserve spotlight. Let me be very clear, because obviously there are a ton of games that are just awful. Okay, we have the flash. Oh, that's why.
This isn't very inviting.
You have to squeeze. Okay. Anything cool in here? No? Okay. So are we gonna climb the netting? What are we doing here? Ah. That's the other thing. Having to find these little
Here in a while, buddy.
little cracks and crevices sometimes can be a little bit. Jackal. Jackal is great. Okay, here's the thing about Jackal though. I feel like in order to get the full effect of Jackal, you need to play that one 2-player. Jackal is such a good recommendation, but I feel like you need to... I feel like it...
Okay, not that way then.
Okay. I feel like you need to play that one co-op, because that one is such a great 2-player game. It's a hard game, but it is such a good co-op game. Sweet Home. Oh, that's a great idea. I do have Sweet Home.
Gonna destroy Z to get what he wants.
Sweet Home is great. For anybody who's not familiar, Sweet Home is the NES game that actually inspired... Am I going in circles? No. Sweet Home is actually the NES game that inspired Resident Evil, if you can believe that. So it was an NES game only available in Japan. There are ROM hacks, of course, which you can buy on Etsy. They'll take it, they'll put it on the cartridge for you. And but it's the horror game that actually does it. And in fact, you can actually see with Resident Evil 1, the door.
Jedi.
I like this guy's voice. Real quick, just so we can see Ravis.
There it is. What do you want with that?
That's Dagon's orders. This is for me.
Very, very cool. And then you have to throw a freaking crate at him. Isn't that? I like Ravis. I'll explain in a second what's so cool about that. Batman for the NES. That's I gotta on it, Ash. You're recommendations are great. That Batman for the NES is so freaking hard. I'd love to play it. All right, real quick, let me see. I think RE might be my favorite franchise, at least next to MK, at least right next to MK. Yeah, same thing. Star Wars and Witcher for me, MK and Resident Evil for you, perfectly good. We could do another Gallery of Thought. I'd be happy to do another Gallery of Thought. So I had a thing. This is the question, and it's for you guys to answer, not for me.
They're on to us.
1 second here. We're learning a new lesson of the Force. One of the lessons we learn is that one.
That was clever.
Sometimes the solution to a problem lies in how it's framed. Always consider the situation from multiple angles.
All right. So now we have our lift and slam finally. Whoops. There we go. So I don't have to put up with that. Ninja Gaiden. Yep, Ninja Gaiden's a great option too. Gallery of Thought. So I actually really love doing Gallery of Thought. The problem with it is that
Always giving me a new perspective, eh, Seer?
it's very difficult to put together.
Let's go. Let's stop for a moment.
I don't know how many people. I feel like I'm okay with it, by the way, but I don't want to make it a bad thing.
Let's move.
There were people in the previous. The Gallery of Thought is always everyone's always so nice, and it's always nice to hear from everybody and hear different perspectives. And then there were people that came in that felt like it was and I can't remember who it was. There was someone in particular, but basically, who came in and felt like it was kind of an affront. What I was proposing was kind of an affront to their belief systems.
Yep, still not great.
And it's, of course, that's not what the intent is. I don't have any problem offending somebody if it's a well thought out position, or if I'm trying to have a well thought out position. But some people just take it as an affront, and it's like, this is I want to argue this with you, and it's like, I don't mind having a debate, and I don't mind. Somebody said this. I'm trying to think of what I can't remember who said this, but whoever said it was I think it was wise. Is that debate is a Gallery of Thought is basically putting everything on display and showing it off and trying to explain the intricacies of it. And debate is not the same thing. Debate is a skill set that is independent. This is how the person said it, and brilliant. I think Emma Thorne said this, which I agree with her in this case. She's a very intelligent young lady, and. But I think she said something to the effect of, debate is a skill set completely independent of being right, or with the intent of. And that's my thing. I don't care to
expose wires, a recipe for disaster.
I don't care to tell people that they're wrong. I'm not trying to debate anybody and tell them that they're wrong or right. I'm just trying to put my belief system to the fire, whatever it might be.
Maintenance paths should get us topside.
And
I think.
If you have a different belief or a belief that makes sense, then I'm happy to adopt it and discard mine. But there were people apparently that came back and were just like, I don't think that's the case. Okay. I feel like that you were attacking me. I wasn't.
He's hit.
Darkwing Duck. That's not a bad one either. Darkwing Duck is a really good one. But yeah, somebody came back and was like, they felt like that they were attacked, and I was like, I wasn't even. Oh, wait a minute. I was like, I don't know how you feel like you were attacked. We weren't even talking about you. We talked to you. I disagreed, and you disagreed with me, and that's fine. That's kind of exactly what was supposed to be. Anyway, so.
A shard. Let's trade it at Doma's shop.
Gosh. This isn't where I was supposed to go, is it? Did I... I don't think so. I think it's just a hidden priorite shard. Let me see, hold on. Let me figure out where I'm supposed to go, and then I can solve the puzzle. That takes me nowhere. I don't think your belief system should be discarded, merely added to theirs, and using facets of it without completely changing your own. Well, that's the thing. Sometimes it's... Like, for example, if you come to me and you show me where I am just objectively wrong, which, by the way, happens. I mean, I've been absolutely just wrong about things before, right? If you come to me and you show me where that's the case, I will... That's where I say discard. Like, I'll happily say, no, you know what, I'm wrong. You got that right. Slam that down there. There we go. But this person thought it was an affront, I guess, to the... And again, I'm not gonna blast the person or whatever it is, but like, they thought it was, oh, you know, your belief is... one of them was... one of the galleries of thoughts that we talked about, just for frame of reference for anybody who doesn't know, is we talked about the topic of hate and how that's not a bad thing. How a lot of people believe that hateful is a bad, automatic bad insult, and how the truth of the matter is it's not. It's arbitrary. Like, the arbitrary part of it is what's bad. Hate... Let me kill this guy. So, let me see if I can put it this way. People are too emotional about opinion. Sure, and that's true. That's very true. One of the things we talked about that people just didn't that didn't jive well for people was the hate. I said hate is a good thing. Being hateful is a good thing. But being hateful doesn't mean being mean. It doesn't mean being arbitrarily mean to people. And I defined it. I'm saying, like, this is the definition that I understand. Hate is one of the most powerful motivators, and it is not a negative thing. Everybody keeps putting it in as, in my opinion, again, it's not a negative thing to hate and to be hateful. To be hateful, which is to be full of hate. To act upon it arbitrarily, right? So if I hate something, let's say you and I disagree, and I hate something that you believe, there's no reason for me to act poorly to you specifically, because that doesn't mean that you're a bad person. It means that you and I disagree so vehemently that I don't want anything to do with that part of your argument, excuse me. But the best thing that I can do is use that hate to motivate me to do something else. So if I think that you're being obtuse about something, and I hate that, the best thing that I can do, I could sit there and try to tell you that you're being obtuse, but if I tell you in a rude way, you're not going to listen, so no big deal, right? Nothing's going to get accomplished, what I mean. If I tell you that you're being obtuse in a polite way, you might actually look at it and go, oh, maybe you're right. And even better, if I just focus not to be obtuse myself and fall prey to what I believe you're falling prey to, that would be the apex of using that hate to motivate a positive change. So arbitrary is the word that we should avoid. Somebody came in and was just like, you're encouraging people to be hateful, and this was after the fact. It's like, you're encouraging people to have hate and to be hateful, and I was like, yeah, I am. And but you know how many people that hurts? And I'm like, you didn't hear what I said. What I was saying was, you don't need to getting rid of... Suppressing hate is dangerous for you and for other people, but using it arbitrarily is also dangerous. So I was proposing that you use it productively. I hate the way this guy treated someone, so I'm going to use that image, my hatred of that image, to fuel me to behave in a productive way, in a nice way. I hate it so much, I never want to be perceived as that. And they just had a problem with it. It was like, because they were used to the colloquial version of hate, which was that it's always negative, it's always bad. You don't have to agree with me, I'm okay with that. But to sit there and to make the accusation that I am, inspiring people to be awful and vindictive to other people, when that's literally the opposite that I've just said. God dang it.
BD, here.
Lowering expectations.
Okay, the timing worked on that because I saw him coming. I saw what he was going for. So yeah, I mean, when somebody comes up and again, I don't. It's not sad to be, you know, but you're coming up to me accusatorily, not you specifically, obviously, but coming up to me accusatorily and saying, well, you know, you're inspiring things that hurt people. I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm defining exactly why you shouldn't use that to hurt people, but you shouldn't suppress it either.
Must be out of range.
Like I'm not asking for anybody to hate to I'm not asking for anybody who doesn't experience hate naturally to start hating automatically, but if you experience hate, I'm encouraging that you funnel it into something productive and good, contrary to what everybody believes that it needs to be. And it's just, yeah, because if you start repressing things, even hate, right? If you start repressing it, then you start having issues yourself. Most people, I'm not going to say everybody, I'm certainly not qualified to diagnose people and would never make that claim. But I do know that general repression of anything, memory or emotion or is bad. It does usually not do anybody any good. And so if you decide you wanted to repress hate, that's, you know, and then the other thing about it, and I'm going to add it. Now I got to add, Fighting Max, you did a great job, and you got me off on a tangent, and I'm so sorry. I appreciate you. I'm so sorry if this went off beyond what you were anticipating. I think your idea was great, by the way, of gallery thought. I'm explaining my concerns, but I think it's not a bad idea. There we go. Sorry. Needed to adjust. But the other piece was automatic claims. Oh, you said the word, it means therefore, that goes, yeah. It is. Well, and the other thing that I was trying to get at is it also cheapens the antithesis of hate, which is love, right? When you start saying replace hate with love, you're cheapening love. Love is not something that maybe other people do. Maybe it's just my deficiency. And if it is, my apologies. I don't have the capacity to love everything. I don't have that much. Are we right bleeding back where we started? Yes, we are, but that's okay. I don't have the capacity to love everything, and certainly not love everything equally. Oh shoot, I have a skill point. Let me go ahead and do that. So if you tell me replace all of the hate, now hate is an easier emotion. It is a more simple emotion. It's almost like fear. It's almost amygdalic. It's almost a part of the amygdala where it's like I can feel this without a thought, but I can't feel. You know, love is very difficult. It's a lot more difficult than hate. And so knowing that we do tend to gravitate towards hate before we do love, and then saying, look, because it's a deeper well, let's be a little bit more liberal about how we use it, and not use replacement theologies where we kind of cheapen love, because it's not as easy to love as it is to hate, and it's not as, you know, why don't we use it in this way or whatever? Yeah, people seem to have taken issue with it. And I was like, okay. So, again, I'm not encouraging anybody to be mean towards another person or hateful towards a person. I'm not encouraging that. I'm encouraging people to use hate, which comes more easily, by the way. Well, that's probably going to hurt. I'm encouraging. Okay, I guess we're going back to horsey guy. I'm gonna. Do I have a lot? I have a lot of health. I don't need to mess with him. Okay, later, man. Okay, what am I... It's up, right? So it's not... Hold on. Okay, I know that there's... the ability I need to use is going to be the ability I just learned. So I need to figure out...
Eyes on the target.
Is it here? Here, maybe I will kill him real quick. I need to use the ability to pull a lift down that I didn't think about.
Hold the line. You're hurt. Pretty quick.
Okay, stim, buddy.
Decently. Okay. I'm glad I'm off social media too. Yeah, and that's the thing. I'm not actually... This wasn't something that I had gotten on just random social media. It was something I had gotten on, you know, one of the channels, one of the platforms that the very few that I am on, that I, you know, have so I can keep in contact. It's like, I'm not telling anybody that they're, you know, objectively wrong. If you have a disagreement with me and you believe that those are supposed to be quantified differently, sure, that's fine. I'm just trying to say, if you believe something to be more plentiful, why, but potentially harmful, why not, you know, weaponize it in a why not weaponize it into something that could be helpful? You know, if the well runs dry far less frequently, why not go ahead and utilize that then? Why not drink from it more deeply and let it be more fulfilling? And it's like, but people don't want to... Not everybody, again, but it's just like people don't want to look at those types of things because it's words are... People get worried about words. You know, oh, you said this, hate means bad, and that's what we've known for a long time. We read a bunch of books, and the books say that hate is always a bad thing. Okay, all right. I maybe. I don't think so, but maybe. Okay, I gotta figure out... There's a lift that I'm fairly certain I'm meant to pull down. Very hard to control the map here. We'll go around and see. We'll see if I can find it. But anyway, so yeah, Gallery of Thought is something I enjoy, but I will disclaim, I suppose, in this case, as I guess I had failed to do before. I don't know why I wouldn't run on that. I decided I was going to hug it. I will disclaim, I guess, which apparently I failed to do satisfactorily before. What I'm saying, firstly, isn't the law. Secondly, is only a matter of perspective. And thirdly, isn't me ever claiming or proclaiming that I believe myself to be objectively right. It's simply a perspective that I've used personally, that I found utility in. But if you don't, or you disagree, or you have, you know, again, I could potentially be doing this because I'm deficient in some shape, form, or fashion. And while I don't necessarily need a diagnosis, if it's something that you can do, that I can't, that I'm unable to do, by all means, I more power to you. There are a lot of things that other people can do that I can't. There we go. That was fairly quick and painless for me. Legendary enemy defeated. How cool. Your own perspective and opinion? Blasphemy nowadays. Yeah, it seems... It's very difficult to get perspective out there. And, again, I'm never trying to tell anybody, like... I'm not trying to tell anybody I'm right. You don't know what you're talking about. I don't know. I'm living life just like everybody else. I'm a little older than a lot of the other people that come in here, and maybe that's afforded me some perspective that I didn't have eventually, or that they don't have yet, and maybe they'll agree with me, or maybe they won't. Maybe they'll think I'm still wrong, and they'll grow to find new wisdom, and I'll learn something from them. That happens all the time too. I learn a lot of things from a lot of different people, even younger people. So, okay, where am I supposed to freaking go? I need to figure out, I'm on level B. Oh, I have something. I think a lot of people get offended when you have an opinion that goes against the language that's used by most people nowadays. And let me pause this just for a second. I get that. It is definitely easier to it's definitely easier to say, you know, hate's bad because everybody says hate's bad, and you know, we affiliate this with hateful and hate speech, and those are all bad, so this is, and it's like, I get where you're coming from, but I'm not telling people to go, and I'm literally saying the opposite. I'm literally saying, please go and use the hate that you have of negative things to inspire a positive change. Like, that's literally what I'm trying to ask for. Is you're not going to be able to, one of the things I'm almost positive of, you're not going to be able to stop yourself from experiencing and feeling hate. It just doesn't work that way, as far as I know. And maybe you can, and maybe I just don't know. But generally, it's very difficult to stop yourself from being able to experience hate. So just use it better, I guess. And I think a lot of people think that that's just, no, it's, you know, you used a taboo word, therefore it's bad, therefore I can't, you know, okay. All right, I get it. So that's kind of where I am on it. That's me. But again, what do I know? I mean, I'm a doofus, I guess, for lack of better terms, you know. Okay, I got to figure out where I'm supposed to go. Where am I supposed to go? So maybe I should go up. I need to find a way up. That's up. Let's go. So level B. We're on level B. So level B is it, but it's, see, this is where I have a problem. I'm on level B, but level B isn't the same. Notice the gold thing I'm supposed to be up there on isn't the same as level B, even though it's technically still level B. So I'm wondering, I'm gonna have to retrace my steps somewhere. And I'm just trying to figure out where the heck I'm supposed to be retracing my steps. Hold on one second. So is it just the dark blue there that I'm supposed to go on? So I see lifts, a couple of green lifts, which that's fine. And then I know I can go down on those. I think I'm just gonna have to retrace some steps, because I'm not sure. We'll see what happens. We'll see we're just gonna run through a couple of these real quick. Luckily, when I got the skill where when I'm running, I automatically block, so no big deal. People assume the worst nowadays. It's a shame people. It's a shame people have to say things like, "I don't mean it this way," when it's obvious you don't. Well, and I mean, of course, like, it's very easy to give advice like "be terrible" to people, because it's easy to do that. That's our first reflex, is to not be great towards people. A lot of times, whenever they say something we don't like. What I'm saying isn't that. What I'm saying is, let's try and turn what we hate about that circumstance into something positive. That person was really rude to me. I hate the way that they responded to me. Okay, well then I'm going to use that as an example in my mind of something that I'm going to try not to do.
help, please.
I'm going to try my best to use it to do something that other people, that they wouldn't. That's kind of what it was when we opened up the gallery of thought. That's kind of what I was trying to say, and I guess a lot of people just didn't care for it. And again, perfectly fine, no problem. I can't, I tried to make myself as clear as I possibly could, and people still apparently thought I was trying to be. What is the term? Rage baity, I guess? Which, of course, I wasn't. I was not trying to make anybody angry. And I think I even gave a fairly vulnerable example of my own, pertaining to my own upbringing and the way that I have used that to fuel the upbringing of my daughter and the way that I talk with her. I genuinely love my daughter very much, and so it's like, why would but I hate the way that, I was brought up. So why would I apply? I mean, I don't feel that hatred any less. I just don't let that hatred, I just use that hatred to, fuel the way that I'm going to treat her moving forward. So it's like, okay, I don't like the way that I was treated, so I hate that so much that I'm not going to treat her that way. And she doesn't know any hate about it. She's not going to know anything about that. She's just going to know, hopefully, my dad treated me with respect and treated me well, and he taught me things, and sometimes discipline was necessary, but for the most part, he was, a halfway decent dad, I would hope. That's up for her. That's clearly up to her to decide, so I don't want to put words in her mouth, but... Okay, streamer, enough of this. When's Jackal? Yeah, Jackal would be one that I like to play. Is Jackal on the... See, this is a circle. I hate this blasted circle. What if I go just... I just want to see... I'm missing something. Obviously, I'm missing something. I don't know what I'm missing. Okay.
Not done yet?
Fine. There we go. I think Yakuza got max. I think the Yakuza got max. I thought you were talking about the game. I was like, Yakuza's... That's a cool game. Those are cool games, rather. Well, and I was rambling, too. That's my fault. I was just like... I got off on a tangent. I don't take any of their threats seriously. Speaking of quote-unquote darksiders who see themselves as good, Yakuza, isn't it something like those of virtue or something like that? Wait, what the heck? Aha. Have I just... I know this feels like I've been here. I guess we're gonna find out. Well, this probably isn't right because I'm going down. Yeah, this can't be right. This has got to be... God dang. It's so difficult to figure out where the heck I'm supposed to go. I don't think I like the level design of this. Me neither. See, it's just... See, that's right where I was. I can take this lift up, which is... I need to go up, so that's okay, right? But then this doesn't take me that far up, right? Now I'm back over here. And it's going to lead me back over there. Right? See, I'm here. I need to be over here. So I'm trying to figure out where the heck I'm supposed to go, because I can't freaking figure it out. I mean, I guess I could go back. Let me see, what does it look like? I could go back. There's another thing. There's got to be another thing. Okay, let me try this. Let me go back to my meditation point and get my stems back. Let's just do that first. I wonder if Luke ever said Leia's name while having some good times with Mara Jade. Probably not.
There was only the Force.
Because they got married a little while after that whole debacle was settled. Oh wait, I have 3 skill points? I've been doing some grinding, apparently. Alright, so now we can do this. We'll go ahead and max out our crossguard skill, and we have 1 more point to put into something else. So now we've perfected crossguard, and then we have greater hold. You know what? That's why that wouldn't work. I didn't have the... Wait. Okay, we'll do this. I need telekinesis, so we'll do that. Yeah. Okay. The cheat that I needed that rendering. You know what Luke's like thought? I don't know if I understand. I can only say that he and Mara Jade... You gotta be kidding me. Is that an elevator right there behind him? You son of a gun. Good Lord. You know what Luke's like, though. Oh, you're right. You're right. You did say that. Sorry, I glanced down and then I was like, eh. There's a T. There's another T in that, right? There was no other T. Luke wasn't super... That's the thing. Luke isn't super weird. He's... I wish they would have... Again, I've had this conversation with another good friend of mine. Okay. Which was the... Yeah, I can't dash through the white ones. Which was the talk about how he... So he actually enjoys the way that Luke was done in Episode 8, which he's a very big Star Wars fan. I mean, as big of a fan as I am in most regards, if not more so than I. And of course, I disagree with him. I think that the way that Luke was handled was... I'm not a fan of it. I don't like the way that he was handled. I think he was handled poorly. But he gives these points of where he's like, well, what if you were in this position? What if you were in these shoes? And I have to say, in most of those...
It's about time.
Okay, so that just leads me back here. Luckily, that's not a big deal. I can just go backwards. But he actually likes the way that he was handled, and he's basically said all that, and I'm like, I'm not a huge fan of that, but if it's something that If it's something that you feel like is, made things better for you, then more power to you. Okay, I gotta figure out where that leads also. Why can you dash in this? It's like a platform. I say I can't dash to the white ones. What do you mean the white ones? My people. Why can't you dash in this? It's like a platform. You can dash, you just can't dash in the See, like I can dash, I just can't dash in the I just can't dash through the white force fields. Yes, it does. I like, again, DK Bonanza. Oh my goodness sakes. I like, the music's good. It's fun. The graphics are nice. They're not overdone. They're just pretty. The controls are solid. It's very satisfying to be able to just destroy the terrain. Really, really good. Whoever, They did a really good job, whoever specifically. Why doesn't Tetris have a dash? It does, technically, doesn't it? Can't you hit down and make the piece go through, go quicker? Okay, I need to figure out where I'm supposed to go from here. I see this, that's nothing. See, there's this. This is where my problem is. I don't know. This. Astro doesn't have a dash? Well, it does kind of have a dash. I still haven't gotten to play that. I still hadn't seen it. Good lord, that was more difficult than it needed to be. Maybe it was just more difficult for me, though, to be fair.
Centauri, your work is unparalleled. But sending a droid instead of facing me yourself, such cowardice.
A small price to pay for her sparing your life.
Tell me, did the Jedi's death satisfy you?
He escaped.
All those years of incarceration dull your edge.
Sharp enough to see the Jedi might be your equal.
Say it again and I'll cut out your tongue.
It'll grow back. Dagon, listen. The Jedi is a threat.
I like Ravis a lot.
We have this.
I already duplicated the device's frequencies. We can now access any site she sealed.
Well done, Ravis. You activate the forest array.
So for anyone who's curious, Ravis is a Gendai. That's the name of the species. There have been Gendai before. He is the only, currently, as far as I know, he's the only canon Gendai. Gendai or Gendai. I think it's Gendai, but...
After you have it, I will consider my oath to you fulfilled.
What then, old friend?
The galaxy has changed. There are many wars.
I like the voice. I like Ravis's voice also.
Honor to be won from them.
Once we are on Tanalorr, perhaps we can dream up a new war. You and I.
Perhaps. Before I go, do you want me to scrap the droid?
No. Centauri must have purged the droid's memory bank. Has no knowledge of the compass.
It's a lot of backstory they try to develop very quickly in this, which they do okay on. Do you think canon is weird? Does it matter? Can't you just make up your own canon in your head? I don't really get it. I mean, I get it, but I don't get the crazy importance some people have with it. Well, you can make up your own canon in your head, but it's not recognized canon. And so it's kind of like, well, let's give you an example. Canon is Chronica. You don't like Chronica, but as far as everybody else is concerned, Chronica exists irreversibly. So then that question is, did I just come from here? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. So you can have it and say, oh, she's not in my headcanon. But the fact of the matter is that any content that is made is going to be based upon the canon that was established beyond your headcanon. So it doesn't matter in terms of enjoyment, but it does matter in terms of future, what's being made in the future.
The commander's gone. The ship's coming apart. Detach the sphere. Do it now.
Yeah, it's not crazy important in total. It's just it's crazy important because it dictates the direction that it's going to go. Like, you don't care that Kronika exists, but you know that the content that's going to be made is going to be made with her in mind, despite the fact that you don't care about it. So then that dictates part of it for you. And that's good if you don't care. I think it's good, but it's like, you have to take into consideration that if I say, well, this is the case, and that isn't the case, and that everything's going to act as if what I've said isn't the truth. So in terms of my headcanon and what I can say, which I do have a lot of headcanon stuff. I love a lot of it. But this world's going to move on as if whatever I have in my headcanon doesn't exist. And the problem with that is that my headcanon is,
let's get you out of there.
More fun.
Going to reprogram me.
That droid is mine.
No, it isn't.
I suppose I'll rescue myself.
So you survived.
Poor Z.
How?
He said he told you I survived him.
Usual. You murdered your fellow Jedi.
I struck down those who stood against me. Leave us or share their fate.
Even if you believe the Council betrayed you, they were still your family.
How arrogant. That you would presume to know what drives me?
What I can see is your obsession with Tanalor has blinded you. Whatever happened, you can't change the past. Trust me on that one.
Perhaps you're right. The past is a chain. I must sever it completely.
There's some cool cinematics here. I get the worry about the future products. I get that. I guess your headcanon won't ever be progressed further as like you said. That's not what the official product uses as canon. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, for me, I'm not trying to... Okay, I might be able to actually cheese this fight. I'm going to try to, just for the fun of it. If not, I'm going to have the fight. It's a fun fight, but I'm going to see if I can cheese it just because it's funny. I don't know if I can, but it's kind of fun if you can.
Hang on, Z.
That was the plan.
Good. So you can... I'm on the wrong side of the thing to cheese it, though. I gotta run this way. Oh, they added bars. That's cool. Okay, alright, fine. Alright, hold on. So there used to be a way you could cheese the fight by falling off, and Dagon would follow you.
You're slipping. I don't think so. Does it hurt? Help me! Here! Amusing. Suffer. Really?
I didn't charge my vertical strike there. I don't think I like this Dagon guy. Give him an applause when you win. Really drives it home that you have both hands and he doesn't. True. Dagon's from an artifact of the High Republic. He's He's cool, but he's also kind of eh.
Pathetic.
There we go.
Tanalor is mine, and I will strike down anyone who stands in my way. How sloppy.
BD, Stim here.
He's a good fight. He's a decent fighter, though, considering his one-handedness.
Clever.
Yeah, there used to be a thing where you could jump off the edge and he would follow you, and you would take a little bit of damage, and it would kill him.
I sense your fear. Fall.
And it was fun, but you can't do it anymore.
Can you still fight? You fool.
I need one.
That was the big move I was looking for there.
Cannot last.
I didn't mean to do that. I should have dodged.
A fluke. Waste of my time.
There we go. Why don't they do some ancient Star Wars? I'm talking centuries and centuries back, or had they? Not in terms of movies. In terms of movies, that would be KOTOR, right? KOTOR 1 takes place 4,000 years or so before Episode 1. They haven't done that in the movies yet. There was some rumor that Rian Johnson was supposed to be taking that, but
Hey, back to breath.
we don't know. How did he get his robes made without the sleeve? Ouch.
It's as friendly as ever.
You've delayed me long enough.
You're not getting away that easy.
Thanks.
Two warriors at the height of their powers, bound in brotherhood. This is the stuff of legends.
Z.
I got her. Meet you up there.
Okay, there we go. He got it from sleeveless ropes for men. He's missing one whole sleeve. Okay, there we are. We'll go ahead and take our skill point. You can actually leave without taking these skill points, and that's a bit of a bummer. Because I have done that before. Expensive, but worth it. Top tier. Oh, I got maximum health essence. That was what I got for that. Alright, cool. Let's do this.
Come on, Z. Let's keep moving.
Perhaps that's wise. Dagon Garrett is positively mad. He kept going on and on about some compass.
Your master created them to navigate the abyss.
This is the first I'm hearing about it.
She purged that knowledge from your memory.
That would explain it. Well, Dagon is certain that she left a compass for him to find.
Let's hope so.
Dagon sent Ravis to check out another array on the moon. Maybe we'll find it there.
Back to
So,
the moon.
going to what I was saying about Ravis as well. Ravis and
Did you send me to free that traitor?
People are complicated.
Ravis and Ravis is a Gendai, right, or Jendai? However you, I'm not exactly sure how it's said, but Gendai or Jendai. These look like the escape pods on KOTOR. In Gendai or Jendai, you have basically they're invulnerable, or they're not invulnerable to harm. They're immortal, pretty well. They live indefinitely. They can regenerate anything that's cut or taken off of them. and they go for, you know, basically just that's why they crave the battle. There's no thrill in death. It's very difficult to kill them. It isn't impossible, but it is very difficult. In the original canon, there was one in the Genndy Tartakovsky Clone Wars, which was about 2002-ish.
I'm coming.
Named Dirge, and Dirge was really cool. So Ravis is the same species. He's that Jedi.
I hate these things.
You hate them because every time you get in them, they get crashed. And now we're back on the base where we started, which, again, this map is way circuitous, way confusing. Not that a lot of them aren't, but yeah. I think BD-1 is the best droid in Star Wars. He's pretty cute. I like him a lot. He's a little friend, see? But he's easily the most useful. R2-D2, I think, is it...
to get the compass. Maybe the Force Array powers something on the moon. It's a guess. But if Ravis is on his way there, that's where we need to be.
I think R2-D2 is a pretty close second, but yeah. Okay, so there's our escape pod crashed. We need to go back. We should be able to go back. Is it saying that there's a? Is it saying that's where we crashed? Hazard, opened chest, open path. Ooh, okay, so let's remove all beacons. And then I need to get back. Let's see, where am I needing to get back to? I am way far away from it. Okay, I am going back to the Mantis. Okay, all right. I have a whole bunch of shortcuts that I set up that should help me get there. I just need to figure out where I can use them. Yeah, I wouldn't. Anyway, I wouldn't disagree with you that BD is probably so far the most useful. He's adorable, so I like him a lot. I think R2's a pretty close second. Chopper's honestly decently useful too. From okay, that takes me back to the Lucre Hulk. So let's go this way. Chopper's also pretty useful.
No disrespect, but is it even possible to find a new data pad on a planet like this?
Well, not new, but I bet I could find you one that works.
Okay. I think these rocks I can... Aha, I gotcha. I see. Okay, so now we can do that. Look at that. We did all right there. I like the atmosphere of this level, not the design. Yeah, the atmosphere's definitely kind of got this creepy, spooky... it definitely has this like kind of creepy, spooky, graveyardish feel. Which I think is fine. Like I said, I don't mind that.
Gotta keep moving.
Well, shoot. Is there not... What? Wait, hold on. There we go. Just trying to figure out what the heck. Okay. Making my way back to the mantis may be as hard as making my way to the top of everything. Oh, shoot. It's one of the... It's one of the puzzles, but I don't... I just want to go back to the mantis. Wait, I can. Alright, let's do the puzzle. I can fast travel. Back to the mantis. That'll be fine. I like the idea there's some crazy places in Star Wars full of weird things that no one ventures off to. That's the whole idea of... specifically if you've read the Thrawn books. If you, the Thrawn books kind of talk about not deep space. They talk about the Outer Rim, and they talk about unknowns. You know, the unknown space, basically. And it's kind of where they think that these, you know, Hicks, so to speak, are. That's where they live, and that's they're kind of, you know, not thrilled about these people doing this and that and the other that have this accent and these, you know, it's a whole bunch of that.
To allow for wisdom to spring forth. Yet the galaxy is seldom static. Motion, however, can provide clarity.
Okay.
Let truth flow like a river and carve new channels around any obstacle.
So let's take this and melt this away firstly, huh? Well, okay, so I'm gonna make the guess that my trying to bridge that together is probably not going to do anything, right? Let's take a quick peek around. Okay, we have a little open area. Oh, opening there. We have this. And we okay, so we've got, yeah, it's basically we're gonna have to figure out how to melt a bunch of this stuff away. But I'm gonna wager doesn't stick. That's what I was thinking. Okay, that seemed to go okay. I didn't realize that would work so well. I don't think that was the solution. Let's see. How about that guy starting his own website? I haven't looked at it yet. I took a look at it briefly. Signed up for the free version. I think that's a good idea. I like the idea of game media that's just kind of being made for the sake and the love of the game versus profitability. And he said 1%, which I really liked his transparency with that, if it is indeed true. Which I would like to believe that it is. That he would only need 1% of people to donate at the base level, which is $10, by the way. 1% of the people that he anticipates the traffic of to donate. I think if that's true, honestly, I think that's, you know, I'm happy to support that. I mean, I'm being cautiously optimistic, obviously, because, you know, it's very possible that it ends up being a cash grab like anything else. But so far, I think he's, what he's saying he's wanting to do, the mission statement and all that, I think is really admirable. So yeah, I went ahead and did the, didn't know it was an echo. I went ahead and signed up for the free version.
What is it?
Missing Coruscant, the temple, my cramped room.
I know how you feel.
Okay, so the next question, I guess, is what is the next piece I can melt? Where else can I climb, or where else can I place this power source? Because I'm going to need to be able to melt this here. And all of that up there also. And it looks like a lot of it is attached. This probably is the first thing, though. And I don't have nearly enough to get all the way over there. And I don't know how to jump. That's the other thing. I don't know how to jump up there. He has a good reputation, too, I think. I mean, if he's... Again, I don't... I think it's a good idea to just try to put... I think a lot of people are too incentivized to put news out there that's going to get clicks versus news that's out there that's going to be fun to... you know, people are going to enjoy reading about. Or genuine news, for that matter, where people are like, hey, I don't know... how I feel about this game. I would like to have an opinion on it, and you get a bunch of writers who are basically like, yeah, I can give you an opinion on the game. We played it. This is what it was like. I think that's a good thing. Okay, so we're able to access up here, which means that I can also jump, dash here. I'm assuming that's what I'm supposed to do. It seems to make sense, doesn't it? Is that all it was supposed to melt off of that? Was that okay? I'd love to make some game cover website and hire 3 or 4 great writers to work with. I just don't think it has an audience anymore, sadly. At least not going to keep it. I also think people claim that they want this or that, but when it happens, they won't actually support it. Then they wonder why it's not sustainable. Well, I mean, and again, I'm starting skeptically, right? Because I don't know this guy or his reputation. I think that what he's doing makes sense. I would like to read a couple of articles and see what they kind of come across as and such before I subscribe. But if it's something that if it's something that makes sense, I mean, it looks like it's doing well. Yeah, I'll happily give it support.
Dagon Gera feels he must do what is right.
Master Rancisis won't allow it.
So Rancisis, by the way, is Oppo Rancisis, the same Oppo Rancisis that exists in Episode 1. So apparently Oppo Rancisis is which of course we already knew that. Oppo Rancisis is very, very old. Like Yoda's kind of old. Not saying Yoda is kind of old, saying that's the age that he is. That's how old he is. Okay, so now we have a little shortcut up here. And cool. Okay. Yeah, yeah, I want to see what he. I want to see what he comes up with. I think it's going to be good. It sounds like based on what he's trying to do, it's going to be sustainable if people will do it. But again, it goes back to kind of what I was talking about when I was talking about people like general literacy and the lack thereof. I think a lot of people are. I think a lot of people are. The reading comprehension piece of things is very. I think it's really low. I think a lot of people want the rage bait kind of material. I think that they want the negative. Oh, I hate this game because this reason or whatever, instead of trying to find reasons to enjoy it. And so that's part of what I think also. If he's trying to write something that's with the intent to, give an honest opinion on the game, then I also worry that that's not going to be sustainable because I think we run the risk of people wanting that inflammatory content. I don't mean support the guy without even looking at it. I mean just there's quite a bit of I miss that nowadays, and there's never seems to be someone who shows up when they want. That's true. It's difficult to support. It's difficult to put. How do I want to say it? Putting money. It's much more difficult to put your money where your mouth is. It's easier to say I want that and not to support it. Again, after I've read a few of them, I look at it and go, I really like this. I mean, I'm happy to put. He has a $10 tier and a $20 tier a month, and I'm happy to support him on one or the other of those. Certainly. Okay, am I supposed to like light these somehow, or these chalices? It feels like I am. Because there's a door down there. Let me do this real quick. Have you ever seen his reviews? He's really... I haven't seen any of his reviews, no. Disagreed with him many times, too. He does seem to be someone who, that many trust. Which I think, like I said, I think that's good. I like that. It's just... Again, it's one of the things is seeing his style for me. You know, what is his style? What does he do? What is he thinking? What's his thought process when it comes to addressing an article about a particular game? Does he show favoritism in this when he writes? And I know he said in his case most of the writings won't be him. It'll be these other guys that he's been, that he trusts, and I think that that's fine too, but I don't know what their writing styles are either. Okay, wait, I'm just curious, like... I'm trying to figure out... There seems only to be two places to put this ball, and one of them makes this bridge, which isn't really all that necessary. And then the other one is that right there, which only points in one direction, as far as I can tell. So I'm trying to see if I can figure out if there's a second ball that I'm missing, or if I'm supposed to set, because this doesn't set fire to things, which is what I need.
Truth flows like a river? What does that mean? If I don't figure this out, I'll never become a Jedi Knight.
I'm trying to... I'm curious to see if he's anyone known working on it. I know he has writers already interested. Yeah, well, basically they were Substack writers, is what he was pulling from. Which, again, fine, but I don't know if I've read their Substacks. Apparently they have very well-established, well-written Substacks, and they've been, some of them have been like editor-in-chief for this magazine or whatever, and that's fine, but I don't know the publications. I don't know the publications myself, is what I'm trying to say, so. Okay, this looks like something, but I can't tell what. And then we have all of these, which I can't. I don't know how to. I'm not sure what's gonna. How do I set a? How do I set fire to all this? You can't put it in water. The water washes it away. Knows that his channel is, which I think is fine. I mean, it's good to be able to make sure you have your mainstays. I don't know. It's just, again, I think a lot of it is, I personally think a lot of it is, I think what he's doing and what he's attempting to do, or what he sounds like he's attempting to do, sounds great, I think, on paper, but it could almost be like communism, where it sounds really nice, but in practice is a lot more difficult to make, sustainable. And that's kind of what I hope. I made a statement there. I wasn't trying to be rude to anybody, but like, some things sound better on paper than they are whenever you apply them. And that's kind of what I worry about. I'm hoping that this isn't just how it sounds on paper. I'm hoping that this is actually something that does really well and that, you know, is successful. But I don't know, right? Okay, I don't even see another thing. So that's kind of where I am with it. Yeah, I mean, I'm absolutely going to give it a shot and see what it's like. I mean, again, I'm excited. Does that look like I can? Nope. I guess I bumped my head on the way down. I like I said, I think it looks good. I really like the idea of it. I hope it goes really well, and I'm excited to. Again, as soon as I kind of have a feel for it, I am excited to. I'm excited to see, to support it, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I don't understand what I'm supposed to do to melt this. Like, I see this, again, I have this, but I don't see anywhere that I can place it that is gonna light the, I have this bridge, but the bridge... And the bridge gives me the ability to go here, but it doesn't itself shoot any of the beams. And so that's what I'm trying to get it to do, is shoot beams so I can melt part of this. This thing does, but it won't turn around. Like, that thing just faces one direction. What am I missing? That door opens up, but it has nothing inside of it. It could work very well the same way, where I bridge the gap just there. I get that. But this doesn't light anything aflame. Let's try something. Well, even still, it wouldn't connect now, would it? Okay. Can I take... So I understand how that works. This just makes the bridge. What is it? That almost even looks like the Hylian seal there, doesn't it? Okay, so I need to find a way to melt this, which is a chest, and to melt the one upstairs. And this only faces in one direction. It doesn't seem to rotate any which way. So let's see if I am meant to, even if I lead it to the door, I have to keep the fire going. That's just the only result. That's all you can do. So let's do that. I'm going to try it. And then if not, I'm just going to go back to the Mantis, and we'll go back and we'll see the end and end of the mission and call it a day. So. I went on top of the wrong one. God dang it. Here we go. Okay, let's give it a shot. So we're gonna go light it on fire, keep it going, bring them together. Whoops, nope, don't bring them together. Bring them apart, let them set fire. There we go. Now bring them together. Keep the fire going. Keep the fire going. Keep that fire going. I can keep fire going. Can we get it around? No, I don't think we can get it around. I don't understand. Even still, there's water there, so I don't get what was going to happen. See, it feels like I need to set this on fire right here. But there's no way to do that because there's water in the way. I guess I could try that. Do you like puzzles? Sometimes I think they're fantastic, and sometimes I don't have the patience. I do like puzzles. They get a little frustrating when it's one of those non-intuitive things. Like if there's a puzzle that has every piece that works the way it's supposed to work, but there are sometimes when there are puzzles where it's kind of like okay, Batman puzzles, right? Like what was the puzzle? Like if the old Batman, Adam West puzzles, right? If you'll remember, a lot of the things that were puzzles for him were like stretches way beyond. I wasn't even an intelligent stretch. It was just like, this is the puzzle. Penn, this, and you're like, the name Penn came out from something. It was like, he'll say something like, Robert Penn. The pen is mightier than the sword. Sword, an object, a blunt object, or an object that can be sharp or blunt. That was a glitch. An object that can be sharp or blunt. Blunt, a way to talk to somebody that is called crass. Crass, something that you should never be in public, as we all know. You know, it's just like one of those. Okay. And then you eventually would come to, you know, Rupert Crass. Well, you know, and it was like, okay, what was this? So, like those types of puzzles, I do not enjoy. Okay, so we're kind of getting... You can see like where the mechanism on this one isn't super clear. So I'm having to kind of shoot to keep the fire going. You see if I can... run upstairs before the puzzle goes out. I mean the fire. Come on. Sounded like the fire went out though. Yep. So I mean, I was able to unlock the trunk, which that's cool, but at the same time, I mean, now we know how far the fire can go, I guess. What the heck is that? No kidding. So we know at least how far the fire can go. We know the fire can go here, but how do you get the question I have is, how do we get the fire over there? We can have it follow this, but then I can't get up there quickly enough. I didn't even realize the time. Yeah, I was gonna say it's about 1 o'clock your time, 1:15. I'm gonna try to get this, but if I can't get this, then that's just what it is. that's the door I have to unlock, and I need to be able to make. Basically, the bridge is how I get that lit. That's what's going to happen. And so what I have to be able to do is I have to be able to get the fire all the way over there, from all the way over there, follow it all the way down here, and then get it to come all the way up here, and then pull the ball and have it go all the way up there. Yeah. I think that bridge is how I'm going to have to bring the fire across, but it's like. So it's like, all right, let's do this. So this is where it gets tricky. It's like, man. Whole thing catch. I don't know what the designated time, like the actual time is that it stays lit. I don't know if that's 5 seconds or 15 seconds or what, so. Shoot. That's okay. I can shoot more so long as it's on fire. I can always shoot more to keep the fire lit, so that kind of helps. That's fine. So you try to kind of keep that on fire. I want to try to keep the fire.
Stim here.
I didn't mean to hit that button. So I'm going to try and shoot as much of it as I can to keep a nice little fire pile there. But it doesn't stay for very long is the problem. See, I need it to stay lit down here for a good long while. See, but by that time it's already done. Yeah, I think that's I mean, there may be something else to it that I'm just forgetting. Maybe I'm supposed to actually run it with me all the way through here. Where the heck did I throw the ball? Oh, it's back over there. You see how the puzzle is over there is right there is what needs to be lit, right? And I don't have a bridge here, so it's like I have to be able to take it there, ignite the bridge, and then bring that over. I can see that. The problem is I can't get up there in time. Let's take a peek. I mean, that's the only thing. That's the only thing I can see. Is we come over here, right? Hit the button. Bring this over. Okay, that's fine. Bridge the gap. Bring that over some more. See if we get our little glitch. Bring it down. Bring it around. And up. Maybe I don't need to go up there. Even still, that would be awful, but maybe I don't need to go up there. Maybe I can do it from down here and use the underside of the bridge, but even still, that's like... the fire barely stays lit long enough. And you can't be in droid mode at the same time you're doing anything else. Like, you have to... droid mode, you can't even fall off of edges. You're in droid mode, right? The other problem is it doesn't shoot perfectly consistently, and so you can actually end up accidentally disconnecting some of these patches. Like right there. So I'm going to try and do as much of that as I can, and then I'm going to try and do this. Take this ball, shoot it there, get back in droid mode quickly. Let's see if this works. I mean, this may be dumb. It probably is. I'm going to shoot that. Get this all on fire. Up here. Get it to here. There we go. Get some of that fire. Now we're on the bridge. We use the bridge. I come down here and I create another little bridge. Like that. If this doesn't melt it, I'm going back to the Mantis. Did not melt it. Look at that. We're able to get the fire all the way up here, but because I can't get up here in time, the fire just goes out and I can't do anything about it. I needed to be able to get this to set on fire, and I can't get it. I might come back to this later, but yeah, I'm not doing that right now. We're just gonna go. I got something out of it. I didn't leave empty-handed, but that's frustrating. Because it doesn't feel like that was a puzzle. It feels like that I did what was supposed to be done, and I just didn't get it. It just didn't melt it because I connected the bridge and everything, so it's like, eh. So we're just gonna go back to the Mantis because god dang, I can always come back, so it's not a big deal. Alright. So we're just going to use the fast travel and make it back to the Mantis. And I like that they automatically make the points of interest, the main points of interest, fast travelable. All right, we're on the Mantis. I gotta remember where we're going.
What do you think we'll find?
We're headed back to the Shattered Moon. All right, fair enough. All right, I think I'm gonna go ahead and call it here then, since we're headed back to the Shattered Moon. Let's come over here. We'll just save the game here. Boop. There we go. All right. This is a particularly frustrating part of the game for me, but it's a fun part. It's just frustrating in the normal way. But let's move this over. Gently move this up. All right. And I do want to say thank you for everybody who popped in, said hi, talked with me, went through all my rants and rampages and all this other stuff. Ash, a huge thank you to you. A huge thank you to Fighting Max, and a huge thank you to OS. Excuse me, for popping in and saying for OS Full Metal for popping in, saying hi, talking with me. You know, tolerating again my rants and rages and such, but we did make some progress. We got through another part of the planet, so now we're going back to the Shattered Moon. We've got a couple of other things to do before things start to really ramp up, which I'm very excited about. Again, I don't want to spoil anything, but it's a lot to go with the story. We're probably about halfway through the game, but story-wise, there's a lot to go, a lot of good stuff. So, but good stream. Well, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. I know it's late, so. But I hope you do all have a wonderful rest of your weekend, wonderful beginning to your weeks, and we'll see you guys next time. Thanks again.